injuries there, but now we're hearing that 5 people are dead. Also, if you are one of the ones who have been put out of your home because of the earthquake today and because of damage to your property, at Chestnut and Fillmore Middle School, it says they are now open to take people in, to give them a place to stay tonight. That's the Chestnut and Fillmore.
We're seeing, as well as keep you up to date in areas where we don't have photographs, where we don't have videotape. As we told you earlier, there are reports. This is the slight destruction of Oakland. Now, there are reports that a half-mile, possibly 3/4, up to a mile stretch of that elevated freeway has collapsed. The upper deck straight down onto the lower deck. There are people in cars. Now, keep in mind, this is at 5:04. That freeway was pretty crowded. The lower level is the level that goes out toward the Bay Bridge. So perhaps at that time of day, there were not as many cars as there would have been had it been during the morning rush hour. That way that bottom level would have been bumper to bumper. But as you can see, it is flat, flush down onto the bottom level, and there are cars trapped in there. We're told as many as 100 people may still be trapped in there screaming for help. These pictures were taken about possibly an hour and a half ago, when you can see there's still light. Now the problem they're fighting now is darkness. We know, of course, there's a power outage. They're trying to set up portable lights so they can try to come up with some way to help these people. There are a few people who were lucky enough to, if you call it lucky, to be in an area where rescuers could get to them. But there are still an unknown number of people who are trapped under that collapsed section of freeway.
We keep getting reports from all over the Bay Area as to the extent of the damage in Foster City. We're getting report that that area is okay. The damage does not seem to be very heavy. There are no fires. However, Highway 17 going into Santa Cruz, we have reports right now that that is closed. Los Gatos is cut off because Highway 17 is closed. That is close to the center of the quake, which was 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz. And if you are just tuning in, the earthquake that hit at 5:04 this afternoon, just look the way that freeway buckled. Just almost a mile worth of buckling. You can see cars overturned. Many people trapped there, extensive damage. The earthquake, according to UC Berkeley, measured 7 points on the Richter scale along the San Andreas Fault, 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz, the biggest quake we have had here since 1952. Because of the earthquake this afternoon, San Francisco International Airport was closed down immediately. Extensive damage there, not on the runways, but in the control tower. That will be closed at least until midnight, according to our last report. All flights have been redirected. As for other airports in the Bay Area, 2 runways at Oakland are open. Hayward Airport is open. San Jose is open. As for the bridges around the Bay, the Golden Gate Bridge is okay. At our last report, the San Mateo Bridge is closed. Dunbarton is okay. And as Dennis and I were reporting earlier, buildings have been down south of Market. There are fires on both sides of the Bay. The worst fire is in the Marina District in San Francisco, where the fire department is having trouble finding enough water to fight it, and they're sort of watching that fire burn.
Now, again, we told you that an entire section of the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge collapsed during that powerful earthquake this afternoon. You can see the bridge now is totally empty of traffic. And again, these pictures were taken about 35 minutes after the quake struck. The Coast Guard, some National Guardsmen, boats in the water, trying to facilitate a rescue. Several cars, as you can see, were trapped by the edge of that concrete slab of the bridge as it came crashing down. Other cars came screeching to a halt. The problem then, of course, was getting people off the bridge, because that section of bridge collapsed in front of them. They couldn't just keep going and get off the bridge. Cars had to be backed off the bridge. And I would imagine there were some shaky thoughts at the time, especially the people who managed to stop their cars before they got to that section, wondering if more structural damage was going to occur.
And by looking at these pictures, it is amazing that we didn't get reports of cars in the water, of more injuries by looking at the extent of
There's no way this bridge is going to be repaired in 2 days.
Now, I mean, that's what they're saying, but you can imagine...
That's totally out of the question.
Yeah.
With major damage such as that, I don't see how that's possible. I imagine they'll mount an effort to because that's a major artery between the East Bay and the West Bay, but it'll take inspections and a lot of repair work before that bridge is open to traffic. Let me quickly bring you up to date of what else is happening because of this earthquake. of course, as it would happen, right, moments before the third game of the World Series was set to get away out of Candlestick Park, no doubt, as you might have guessed by now, that has been canceled. That has been put on hold. There was a little confusion out there for a while before the fans finally realized that this game, of course, was not going to go on. They had no power out there. They had no way of telling people that the game was not going to go on. What we're looking at now is one of the other major problems in San Francisco. That's a huge fire that erupted in the area of Beach Street, Jefferson, and Divisadero near the San Francisco Marina. And as Elaine was saying, what they ran out of water pressure or something. Or they had difficulty.
Right, they were using water from the, I think it was the Palace of Fine Arts, and for some reason they lost water, and now they're just watching it burn at this hour. We are hearing reports that Marin is very fortunate by comparison to the rest of the Bay Area. They just didn't get the damage that the rest of the Bay Area got. Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy was at Candlestick tonight. The governor is in Frankfurt, so as we understand it, the lieutenant governor is now acting governor. The Governor Deukmejian was informed of the earthquake at 6:30 p.m. our time tonight. We're getting reports that the San Leandro Reservoir is in good shape. The Sacramento State Office of Emergency Communications is good. Their system is working. The earthquake was felt in Reno and Tahoe. Chandeliers swung in the state capitol building in Sacramento. They also felt it in Fresno.
Of a 5.5. What would that mean if there was such an aftershock?
That kind of an aftershock of that size could cause additional damage. Buildings that have been damaged from the main shock could be further damaged from an aftershock of that size. Looking at an earthquake, say the one that was in Armenia, we had a magnitude 6.8 there last December, and then 4 minutes later we had a 5.9, so what the 6.8 did not bring down, the 5.9 did. And if we get aftershocks in this area in the 5 range, it could be additional damage.
In your professional opinion, how likely is it that we're going to see these major aftershocks?
Well, it's very hard to say. So far, we haven't seen them, and as long as we go, maybe without seeing them, maybe the possibility of having the strong ones might lessen. But over the next several days, we'll be watching the area very closely.
Around here, people are working kind of feverishly, answering phones. We've seen lots of equipment around here. How far away was this shock recorded?
This earthquake was recorded around the world, and we have heard from many of the foreign countries. Magnitude 6.9 is strong enough to be recorded throughout the world.
And how far was it felt?
So far, we have it being felt in Nevada and throughout California. That's the extent of the felt that we've had, but been recorded throughout the world.
Waverly Person, thanks very much. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much, John Ferrugia in Denver, Colorado tonight with our station KCNC out there and a representative of the National Earthquake Center. Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy, who is on duty for the state of California, says that there are 40 people dead on Route 880, which is the interstate which runs right beside Oakland, California. We are told that it was severely hit by this earthquake tonight. That has not yet been absolutely confirmed. That certainly is the worst news that we have heard tonight from the San Francisco Bay Area. 40 dead in the collapse of Route 880. We will work now to see if we can't get some absolute confirmation of that, some more details on it. Route 880 runs right beside the Oakland Coliseum, which is where the baseball game would be played if the series were to go on. Tonight, of course, it was canceled or at least postponed for a long time when the earthquake struck during pregame ceremonies at Candlestick Park just across the bay in San Francisco. So this is what we know at this hour. An earthquake with an epicenter near Santa Cruz, California, south of San Francisco on the peninsula. 6.9, a very big earthquake. Hit that area at about 5:04 Pacific time. That would make it 7:04 in the Midwest and 8:04 in the East. And there has been a lot of structural damage to bridges and highways. And in the city of San Francisco, we cannot yet tell you what is going on. We do have reports of fires in Berkeley, but we don't know what has happened in Monterey or in Carmel or in Santa Cruz itself, which is the home of one of the branches of the University of California. But we do have this report of 40 dead on Route 880, at least 5 dead in San Francisco, and possibly 1 or 2 dead when two sections of the San Francisco to Oakland Bay Bridge collapsed. This is what President Bush had to say earlier this evening when he was informed of this growing tragedy in the Northern California area.
so we don't know. John called the governor's office and got some information there. The governor's out of the country, but we're beginning to get a lot of information in here, and obviously the federal government will do everything that possibly can to help, but at this point we're just assessing. You've got the latest report.
Just the governor's office said they had some information on some scattered fires. No confirmation exactly what the specific damage to the bridge was, although there is some damage that has warranted the closing of the bridge. There seems to be power out at the airport in some of the major components of the airport. So the airport is either operating at a very low level or shut down. It may be shut down.
You may want this delayed. They just handed me a report if you want to take a look at that. Well, I don't know about
everything. At least 53 persons dead, 6 in San Francisco when a building collapsed on some cars, 1 on the San Francisco Bay Bridge, 7 at a shopping mall in Santa Cruz, and another 40-plus killed on that Highway 880 collapse in Oakland, California. Now, that's what we know and what we don't know up to this moment as part of our CBS News continuing live coverage of the earthquake. What has been decided that we will do here at CBS News, David Burke, the CBS News president, has decided that what we will do is we'll leave the air here in a few seconds to turn you over to your local station, our affiliated stations, many of whom have their newscasts coming up for 15 minutes or a half hour, in most cases a half hour. So we're going to leave the air now, continue to gather information and photographs. We will be back on the air at the half-hour mark. That will be 11:30 in the east. So for now, Dan Rather with CBS News. Stay here with us for your late local news. We'll be back with you in a half hour.
This has been a CBS News special report.
This is Warren Armstrong, 47 Eyewitness News. In order to bring you complete up-to-the-second information on the major earthquake which has rocked the San Francisco Bay Area and other parts of California, including our valley, KJEO is switching to live coverage provided by our CBS affiliate, KPIX-TV in San Francisco. But stay tuned to Channel 47 for earthquake information relating to our valley. Eyewitness News has crews in the Bay Area and other parts of the state and valley where damage is extensive. We'll be bringing you reports throughout the night. But now again, we join KPIX-TV in San Francisco.
Chunks of concrete. In fact, we got an interview with one, and maybe later we'll be able to bring you some of the pictures. They were actually carrying large, and here you can see some of the pictures. You can see there a crack in what appears to be a steel girder. Now, this is cement here. Again, we talked with a lot of the fans as they were leaving the ballpark. Some of them were carrying chunks of concrete. There you see one right there.
Well, we looked at the top and it was shaking. It was almost like a foot crack in the top up there. Oh, yeah? Really, where the brakes are at. You can see it. The fans were just cracked. Tell me that again. There's the brakes there on the wall. You see, there's like a foot difference where they were shaking right there. Oh, yeah? Foot difference. It was shaking that bad.
I think the thing that was strange out there was you had this crowd that was so excited about the game that it took them a long time to figure out what had happened. I mean, when the shaking first started, they were actually cheering and saying, well, this is going to help the Giants. And then after a little while, it started to sink in what had happened. And again, many of them, as they were leaving the park, I don't think had any idea of what had happened to the Bay Bridge or to the Cypress stretch of 880, and that we have a very serious quake here and a lot of deaths on our hands at this point.
With 40 or 50,000 people around you, you must sort of feel like you are...
Well, they're still in game mode. You know, they're still very much in game mode. But the mood out in the city as you drive out now is, it's dark, it's very...
There could be more problems, you know, in that area that we haven't gotten to yet, but before this night is over, we will touch on as much of it as we can.
Dennis, Oakland police are saying now that rescue efforts are still continuing at the Cypress structure. People are still trapped in their cars. Police say no more volunteers are needed there, however. There, you're looking at it right now. People still trapped in their cars. Earthquake happened at 3 hours ago, and they're still trapped there. Other than that, though, there are major no other major police problems in Oakland. Lots of glass on the roads in Oakland near the Toll Plaza area. Driving is extremely hazardous, of course. There are no lights. The intersection of 680 and 24 is reported to be open, but only one lane in some directions. Everything is supposedly under control in Oakland as of our last report. San Jose said they need doctors desperately, and if you are a doctor, please report to a hospital in San Jose. The magnitude of the earthquake is still being reported at 7.0.
Well, this picture here shows us something different. This again is the cypress structure, and what it looks like here, it appears as if both sections of the freeway have collapsed all the way to the ground.
We were just getting reports that the top had fallen onto the bottom
that the top had fallen onto the bottom structure. Now you can see there, that's where the top has fallen onto the bottom structure. But what we saw in the previous view was it appeared as if both structures had fallen, and that would again be extremely devastating, because then you have not only the cars involved on both levels of the freeway, but cars or pedestrians who were under the freeway. That probably could account for.
We heard earlier that there were 4 deaths on the street level there around the cypress structure, and then perhaps at least 10 more at where the actual break happened. And you can just look at the devastation there. We have never seen anything like this. We've had big earthquakes in the Bay Area. There's been some shaking. People report almost with a little laughter that the buildings are swaying, and then they all talk about where they were, but never since 1952 have we had anything like this, the size of this earthquake. It was along the San Andreas Fault, and the epicenter was 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz, and in Hollister, the city of Hollister was reporting major damage, several buildings down. This was an earthquake that was felt all over. It stretched for miles. Mayor Agnos is now saying that that fire in the Marina District is under control. That was that big fire we saw earlier. These pictures, of course, were taken earlier this evening, but rescue efforts, as we said a little earlier, are still going on at the cypress structure. People are still trapped in their cars, but they are saying there are enough volunteers. Please do not come out there. And as Dennis was saying earlier, you're being asked to stay in your homes, to stay off the telephone, to not go out and look at the damage, because more problems are created that way.
We want to pass along also from AC Transit. They've let us know that they are rerouting excuse me, as many buses as possible to BART stations and along the regular routes. They're going to try to cover some of the regular routes, and of course with the Bay Bridge out of service, AC Transit will be ferrying passengers to and from San Francisco via the San Rafael Bridge and via the Golden Gate Bridge. That's a dramatic photo there. I was right. The entire elevated section of the freeway apparently came down. It wasn't just, in some places, it wasn't just the top section that came down and was held up by the bottom section. In some cases, it came down like a house of cards, I guess you would say. And some of the cars that were traveling the streets of Oakland beneath those were literally turned into pancakes. What do you have?
Well, unfortunately, because of the size of this earthquake, throughout the evening we'll be bringing you news, and some of it is not going to be very good, and I don't have very good news to bring you right now. The Santa Cruz Fire Department is reporting there are several fires burning. Ford's department store in Santa Cruz, apparently a wall has collapsed in the basement. There are reports of fatalities. I am getting another report that says there are 2 confirmed dead in the city. And I don't know if that is regarding the fatalities at the Ford's department store. A building collapsed in the Pacific Garden Mall, also in the Santa Cruz area. Roads are closed in various areas of the mountains. Emergency personnel is spread very thin tonight. No fires, though, are reported in Gilroy. No fires in Morgan Hill. The Valley Fair Mall in San Jose, the Emporium, had a fire earlier, but that is now out. And in San Jose, a roof collapsed at the Almaden Market. But I guess the worst right now is that wall collapsing at Ford's department store, and reports of fatalities there. And as soon as we have more information, we'll bring that to you.
Okay, now we told you earlier that they had a problem with BART, that they, of course, shut down power for a while, and then they were running inspection trains. We talked with the publicist out at Bay Area Rapid Transit District. That would be Cy Mober, and we have what he told us right now.
All of the traction power, that is the power that runs the trains, is down. PG&E feed to us is not working. Therefore, we have no service in San Francisco. As a matter of fact, none of the trains in any part of the system are running in revenue service. We do have some trains out there that are running in inspections for both track and structures. We have engineers making structure inspections to make sure that there's been no major damage. So far, we're getting back reports that sound fairly reasonable, but we're not complete yet, and it will take us another hour. It looks like we'll be restoring power in about an hour to the Concord line. That is from MacArthur to Rockridge and then on out in Contra Costa County to the C line, as we call it, up to the station of Concord. The next portion of the district that would open up is probably the Richmond line. The A line is going to take us a little longer because of some of the complicated power problems. That would probably be an hour and a half to 2 hours away. I have absolutely no idea as to when we're going to get power back in San Francisco.
What was happening? Where were your trains when the quake hit?
It was on regular service. We were right in the middle of the commute. And so we had a lot of trains out there, at least 45. We had one train stop in the Transbay 2 just outside of Embarcadero Station. It was going towards Embarcadero. The procedure on BART is that if we have an earthquake of this severity, all trains stop. And then they will move towards the nearest station. Some will even go in reverse to get back to the station they just departed. Some will go forward. Once we've gotten trains back into stations, then we disembark all the passengers and have them clear the station. Now, we have in place a bus bridge, as it's called. We're using CCCTA buses going from MacArthur to Rockridge and then on out to the Concord line stations and back again. They may be coming back to MacArthur, but that's as far as we can take them right now. AC Transit on all of their lines, and remember, they had all of their service out at the same time as in the commute, is accepting BART transfers from BART stations on the lines that parallel our service. It keeps the folks moving, but they're not too happy. We have absolutely no report of any injuries. No, they were scared as we were here in this building. This building shook pretty good. I'm on the first floor of this building, and I can imagine what my colleagues were going through on the 5th floor, because if it was bad as we were on the first, it must have been pretty rotten up top.
Now, what about tomorrow, since the Bay Bridge may still be closed tomorrow? What do you think about Transbay service?
Right now, our concern is today's service. I've asked that same question of our transportation people, and I think they are more concerned about what we're going to do today. Once we know the system has its integrity and it has not lost its engineering or construction integrity or the rail alignment, and once we know that we can get power, then we'll make a decision just what kind of service we'll be running tomorrow.
Now, the latest word I have about BART's service tomorrow is that the picture looks good. They may even have limited service running within the next hour. Right now, only inspection trains are running. Their problem, of course, is power outages. They say really it is too early to tell, though, about tomorrow.
Okay, now we've been telling you about the Cypress structure in Oakland that has collapsed about a half mile forward. We have a reporter live on the scene right now. Let's go to Leslie Griffith. And Leslie, that looks horrible behind you.
Dennis, my guess would be it's more like about a mile. It's from about 7th Street in Oakland all the way to the Bay Bridge split. The freeway in every area, either the entire top deck of the freeway has fallen down or either there is structural damage. Now, what you're looking at now is a live picture of just one of several different rescue crews in this area. The crews are everywhere up and down this freeway, and they are just searching frantically for people who may still be inside. We are told that there are AC Transit buses out here, and the AC Transit buses are next to the freeway, and they are putting bodies inside those AC Transit buses. Now, as you look at this scene, you can tell that the upper deck, apparently, as the cars were working their way home, the upper deck just fell down on top of the lower deck. And at this hour, there are numerous fatalities, we are told, and police, every conceivable agency, every conceivable emergency crew is here right now. They're asking for volunteers. Apparently, we were told a little while ago that they did have quite a few volunteers, and people were just getting in the way of each other out here. But what they're asking for now are things like ladders. If you happen to have a big ladder, they need something like that. They are hoping that, of course, the fatalities, that they don't find as many people as they expect. But if you can imagine, there was bumper-to-bumper traffic here when this earthquake hit. People, there are cars all inside. We could see smoke coming from between the two decks. When we came out here earlier in the afternoon, 30 minutes, 40 minutes after this happened, the cars were on fire. We were told by certain emergency crews that they could hear people screaming for help inside. And at this hour, emergency crews are all up and down this area. I'm just going to let you look at this picture for a moment. Person walking right now apparently has been stuck there since 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we are told that that person is still alive. The person who is between these two decks, I was just handed a note saying that yes, there is a person who is still alive, and of course you can imagine the families waiting to hear. There, you know, dozens of cars. I have no idea how many cars were between these two decks, but you can imagine the families who are waiting to hear from their loved ones at this hour. I have seen double-deck trucks. I don't know the video that you're looking at right now. Yo, you're still looking at the live shot, but I've seen big Mack trucks that have just been crushed just as flat as you can imagine in here, and several cars have fallen down from the lower deck. They've fallen down and caught fire. It has just been a very chaotic scene. I did happen to talk to one man who survived this mayhem, and he came out and he said that he heard all kinds of cries. He heard all kinds of screaming. He felt things shaking, and apparently officials got to him in his car. He was still alive because his car was next to a big Mack truck that held up an area of this freeway. So that man was one of the lucky ones. Now, we did walk along here earlier. We were one of the first crews on the scene. We're being told to back up right now, so we'll do that. They're bringing a fire truck in. Hopefully they'll be able to get this man out of here. We were here, as I was saying, at about 5:45, and one of the first crews out here, and we could see that there were bodies. They had bodies on the side, just on the sidewalk here outside these Oakland neighborhoods. And we're back live now. We want to show you what's going on. What we're hoping now is that they're starting to move fire trucks in. We see a lot of emergency crews moving around in this area. And what we're hoping is, we've got our fingers crossed that maybe this person will be okay when they bring him out. And I know it's hard to believe as you look at this that someone could still be alive inside there, but there's another area, all of this area that's so flat like this, we have seen them pull people out of. So there's a possibility that there are still survivors, and that's what we're hoping for. Again, we were told that AC Transit had a couple of buses. I want to be real careful about how I say that, because we were told buses, plural, that had bodies out here. We're hoping that that is an exaggeration at this point, and as we said, we were told that this person in here now that they're going for, and we don't know if this is a family or if this is one person, but we are told that there is someone alive right here. So Dennis and Elaine, at this point, this is just a horror story. It's the worst you can imagine, and I know that everybody's been talking about where they were when this earthquake struck. I was on my way to the game this afternoon, and we, of course, heard about this, and it's just, it's worse than you can imagine out here. I've never seen anything like this. So we will keep you in touch with what's going on, and we'll let you know, of course, if they are able to pull this person out of here alive, and we'll let you know if we get any firm figures on anything. At this point, we have not been able to.
All right, Leslie, we'll be coming back with you as soon as you have some more information for us. Thank you very much for that live report. That was Leslie Griffith reporting live. We are getting a report now at least 50 people are dead tonight because of this earthquake. And the White House has sent an Air Force plane to get Governor Deukmejian. He is in Germany right now, and the State Office of Emergency Services is starting to coordinate the response from state agencies. State engineering experts are on their way to the Bay Bridge to assess the damage there. Once again, at least 50 people are reported dead tonight because of this earthquake, and Dennis and I have just gotten our wire services. We haven't been able to have use of that because of our are power outages and wire services are not coming in with other reports?
Well, we're told that this earthquake today was measured at between 6.5 and 7 on the Richter scale. That was by the Cal Tech people down in Pasadena. As we said, UC Berkeley had problems with it because it was so close and so strong. We're told that the epicenter was along the San Andreas Fault between San Jose and Santa Cruz, about 40 miles north of Hollister, northeast of Hollister. We're told now that the state capitol in Sacramento has been evacuated because of fear that there could be some structural problems there. The Coliseum and Candlestick Park will have to be inspected because there is a possibility that they may not be structurally sound enough to resume the World Series. There is a possibility that this will mean the World Series will have to be moved somewhere else. We're also told that a 6.5 to 7 magnitude earthquake, as was measured by Caltech, is considered a major earthquake that could cause very widespread damage, and that this quake is equal to the Armenian earthquake that took place December 7th, 1988, and we're told that that earthquake killed 55,000 people. We don't expect, of course, the casualty level to be anywhere near that high, but as Elaine mentioned, we're at least up to 50 people confirmed dead so far.
Right. And most of those deaths apparently took place on the collapse of the Cypress structure. Then there were about 6 people, they believe, that were killed in San Francisco when a brick building collapsed. Now that was, I think, at 6th and Townsend. You're getting about 50 people dead because of today's earthquake, and those reports are just coming in now. We have no idea if there will be more deaths as the evening goes on. When Dennis was talking about Candlestick, I just got a report, an eyewitness said the upper deck just shook like a leaf, and there was such a big crack at part of Candlestick that they could see right through to the parking lot. And so they don't know whether they'll be able to, continue the game there or not.
Now, what you're probably going to be seeing for the next few days will be a lot of amateur video that, when people first see something like this, the first thing they do is they grab their video cameras and run out and get it. And we have some of that in Berkeley, and we showed it to you a little while ago of an auto body shop in Berkeley, one of the major events that took place in Berkeley after this major earthquake. An auto body shop near downtown Berkeley that erupted in flames. We understand that now is pretty close to being under control. But you're going to be seeing scenes like this for the next few days. I'm quite sure there's a lot more video out there just like this, where people grab their home video cameras. No doubt we'll be seeing more on the Cypress structure, because Mark Abanius told us earlier that he saw a lot of people running around with their home video cameras as soon as that situation happened. So a lot of this is going to start showing up in the air. You're probably going to be seeing some dramatic footage of what went on when this earthquake struck.
And people are starting now to talk about what happened, how fires started, how they felt when the quake hit. We have some eyewitness accounts right now that we'd like to take a look at.
I had just walked out of the shop, and from the earthquake, it just went. I mean, what can we say? It's more upsetting than anything, I'm worried about my drivers. My drivers is what I worry about. At least everybody's okay.
Can you describe what happened?
The earthquake. I mean, it just went.
The power line went, the transformer went, and it started a fire inside. The drivers go out. One guy tried to save the trucks, and he tried very hard. He was very brave. His name is Jay. And then the fire started. It was a direct result of a power surge from the transformer on the hill, and it just went in, and there was nothing they could do to stop it.
Again, those were some accounts of eyewitness accounts. The city of San Francisco is in darkness tonight. The power is out. There are no lights there. Some muggings and lootings have now been reported. And if you are trying to get from San Francisco to Oakland, the Red and White Fleet is offering rides from the San Francisco Ferry Building to Jack London Square. Now Hornblower Yachts are offering free rides at Pier 33 to Jack London Square, and also Pier 40 to 42. They're offering, Hornblower Yachts and Red and White Fleet are offering free rides to get you from one place to the other.
Now, the question comes up, what happens in an event, a major event such as this? What happens when it strikes San Francisco? Who is in charge? What do they do? What happens next? It's ironic, just last week I was out talking to the director of the Office of Emergency Services in San Francisco to try to get an idea what you should do as an individual and who takes over, who looks out for us. Let's hear what he has to say now. In the event of a major disaster, and of course in our area we would probably be talking about an earthquake, are we in trouble?
Well, I would have to say that's a loaded question. Yes, I don't know what you mean by trouble. There are varied systems that are at a better level than other systems, you know. But we could be in trouble, you know, if one looked, because of the closures of bridges, the failures of transportation systems, road failures, lifeline failures, you know, utilities out. If one wants to categorize that as troubles, yeah, that is it. We would have a definite need for search and rescue teams, and that would entail bringing in people, you know, as quickly as possible. So we could very well, you know, be in difficulty there because of shortfall of available people. We'd probably have to rely upon volunteer people, much like they did in Mexico City, and I'm sure they did, you know, elsewhere, or they do elsewhere. Then we would have to turn to the state and identify the specific needs for San Francisco in the way of personnel, firefighters or police personnel and things of this nature, as well as heavy equipment.
If we're talking about something in the San Francisco area of an event that's truly catastrophic, where, you know, roads are blocked, phone lines are down, just general chaos, how long would it take?
I would say it probably would take no longer than the governor of the state picking up the telephone and calling the president and telling him what had happened and asking for a disaster declaration, and it would be done immediately.
Do we have stockpiles? Does FEMA have stockpiles of emergency supplies that would be used for the public? Do you have stockpiles like that?
No, we do not. We do not.
Do you have stockpiles of emergency supplies that would be used by other agencies?
If you mean, do other agencies have stockpiles?
No, no. Does FEMA?
No, FEMA does not have stockpile of equipment. Correct. Yes.
And in that case, what then do you do? 72 hours after an earthquake, we are basically on our own. So there's a list, and we will give you that list very shortly. There's a list of items that you should have after an emergency such as that. The two gentlemen that you just saw, one was from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the other one's from the Office of Emergency Services in San Francisco. They are telling us that in the event of such a disaster such as we just had now, for the first 72 hours, we are basically on our own. We should have at least 72 hours worth of stockpiles in each and every home, such as bottled water, canned goods, dry goods, emergency medical supplies. These things we should have in our home. That was the purpose of us showing the videotape that we just showed you, and we will bring you more from both those gentlemen as we go on in the evening. Elaine?
And I guess you know very well, when a situation like this happens, we were knocked off the air for an hour and a half, lost our power immediately after the earthquake, and we went on emergency generators in order to bring you this portion of information that we can bring you. But I want to remind you, President Bush has now sent an Air Force plane to pick up Governor Deukmejian. He is in Germany tonight, and President Bush was advised of the situation of the disastrous earthquake we had out here, and he immediately sent an Air Force plane to pick up the governor. Again, we're getting reports anywhere from at least 40 to 50 people have been killed because of this earthquake. We are also talking to people around the Bay Area, and we talked to a few people who just got off the ferry at Jack London Square, and this is what they had to say about what happened.
What was it like in the city?
It's pretty bad, it really is. A lot of the older buildings are a lot of cracks and so on, a lot of glass on the streets.
Where were you working?
I work at 423 Washington Street right downtown. I was on BART getting ready to come out of the city when it happened. In fact, I was underground in the Montgomery station.
How'd you feel?
I felt very scared. I mean, because the pillars and all the support beams inside the station were all moving and everything else. It was very scary. Okay. People running everywhere.
Where were you working?
At One Market Plaza.
What floor?
4th.
How'd it feel?
I don't know. By the time I got out of the building, I jumped on the bus to the East Bay. I got trapped on the bridge when it collapsed.
You were on the bridge?
Yeah.
How close were you to the collapse?
100 feet.
What did it look like?
I don't know. There were a couple of cars trapped under the edge of the slab, and it seemed like the whole bottom had collapsed into the bay. Well, it looked scary, but I guess a lot of people running around. Okay. It was spooky for a while.
What was it like in the city?
Horrendous. It was awful.
Where were you working?
Neiman Marcus on the 4th floor, and there was glass everywhere, and it was really frightening. I don't want to go through it again.
Never. How was it for you?
It was awful. Well, I work in gift galleries, and we have a lot of crystal, and it was falling off the shelves and breaking, and everything was falling, and there was no place to run. Nowhere. We all work at Neiman Marcus.
Remember, in times like this, that God is in control, and you'll be all right.
Who is a student at Stanford University in Palo Alto, California. Lynn Sykes is a seismologist at Columbia University here in New York, and he's going to talk to us now about what we have been seeing in the San Francisco Bay Area tonight. Mr. Sykes, can you figure out yet whether this happened on the so-called Hayward Fault or on the San Andreas Fault? We're told that the epicenter was in Santa Cruz.
From what we've seen so far and some of the reports coming from Sacramento, it's beginning to look as if it was in the San Andreas Fault. But I think it's going to be probably a few more hours until people get out there and look at that segment of the fault before we actually know that the rupture was of that major fault.
I've been struck by the fact that no one seems to be terribly troubled by a lot of serious aftershocks, but that danger has not yet gone away.
No, that's right. An earthquake of this size, you can certainly expect that there will be aftershocks. They're more frequent right in the beginning, and they gradually die away, but only over a period probably of a few months.
We heard from Robert Bazell earlier this evening that federal government authorities were saying that this was the area in which they should be apprehensive about another big earthquake coming before too long. Has it been overdue there?
Well, about a year and a half ago, there was a major report that I was a part of for the National Earthquake Prediction Evaluation Council that singled out 3 major fault segments in the greater San Francisco Bay Area. And each one of those has the potential of having an earthquake of about the size of the one this evening.
Mr. Sykes, I know that it's impossible to predict earthquakes, but what does this tell us about what may happen next in Southern California?
Well, in that same study, there was a forecast that in the next 30 years that there is about a 60% chance of having an even greater earthquake than this one this evening, about a magnitude 7.5 or larger earthquake in Southern California.
Based on what you have been seeing so far this evening, are you surprised that the damage is not greater than what it appears to have been, although the bridges and the interstates have taken a pretty hard hit?
I think this is about what I had expected, and several people that I know from California that have been responsible for making some forecasts of damage. Several of the things that happened were some of the things that they had forecast.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Lynn Sykes, who is a seismologist from Columbia University here in New York, who is part of a federal study of the probability of earthquakes happening in the South Bay area, and in fact they have tonight, the 60% chance that in the next 30 years that they will occur as well in Southern California. We want to tell you that there has been an earthquake of a magnitude of 6.9 on the Richter scale occurring tonight in Santa Cruz. It has done great damage to the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm Tom Brokaw, NBC News in New York, and we will have continuing coverage now on this NBC station of this tragedy of epic and growing proportions. We want to go back now to KRON, our affiliate in San Francisco, and fresh pictures of what is going on there. Most of the damage to the city itself, we hasten to tell you, seems to have been confined to one neighborhood not too far from the Fisherman's Wharf and the San Francisco Marina area. We don't know the extent of death and casualties in this particular neighborhood. The firemen have been fighting this fire now for, well, roughly 3.5 hours, and they have not yet gotten it under control. It is probably gas-fed. We're told that they are pumping water from the San Francisco Bay because a lot of the power and the other water supplies that are available to them have been shut down. On the approaches to the Oakland Bay San Francisco Bridge, at least one approach collapsed entirely. There is a report that 53 people died there. That would be the southbound approach. to San Jose, leaving the city of San Francisco, and a number of cars were trapped. The earthquake occurred at the peak of rush hour at about 5:04 Pacific time. It occurred just as pregame ceremonies were underway at the World Series in Candlestick Park. The game, of course, has been canceled. The park has been safely evacuated. But on the other side of the bay, along Interstate Route 880, which runs just alongside the Oakland Coliseum, a report tonight from Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy that at least 40 people have died there. And on the San Francisco Bay Bridge itself, 2 sections have collapsed. Cars may have gone into the bay. We cannot confirm that at this hour. There are reports that probably 2 people died on the bridge tonight. This is some of the damage that we are seeing once again in the San Francisco residential areas, and we are watching now as the firemen try to control the fire. This was recorded earlier. It has now gotten to be dark in San Francisco. There it is 8:30 in the evening, and they've been fighting this fire for 3.5 hours at this time. It's one of the hotels in San Francisco. You can see a fair amount of structural damage on top. The city has done a very good job in building the high-rise structures to the building code that has been imposed in California since the earthquakes. We're going to go now to Robert Hager in Washington, who is standing by with the Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner, who has been dispatched by President Bush to go to California. Bob?
Tom, Secretary Skinner has just come out here. You're just about to leave for the coast right now, right?
Well, we're going to be leaving in a few minutes. The President has directed that we go out and make an assessment. We're very concerned about making sure that everything possible is being done, not only by state and local officials, but federal officials, and the effort is coordinated. But until we get out on the scene, we've got a team waiting for us to do a review and then report back to him. We really can't give you a first-hand assessment. So we expect to be out there about 3 this morning, and as soon as the daylight, which should be about 6:30, we'll be up in the air doing our own assessment. Yes, I would guess.
What are the early preliminary reports?
Preliminary reports you've heard on the news. There's no sense in me second-guessing what you've all reported out there. A lot of the news we've been getting is from sources such as the Coast Guard, and of course you've got cameras on the scene. So I don't think there's anything we can really tell you more right now until we get out there. Our main concern on behalf of the President and the administration and congressmen that are here and everybody else is to make sure that the humane side of this issue, that human life, everything is being done, and that we are coordinating everything that can be done. We've got a major traffic facility out there, the bridge, that is very vital, and that's very important. But we want to make sure that the human lives are being taken care of, and that people, if they're homeless or they're in any need of anything, that our government can and will respond on a coordinated basis and quickly. That's my mission, and as soon as I find out what's going on, I'll be reporting back to Governor Sununu and the President, and that'll begin early tomorrow morning.
Now, you're going with several members of the California congressional delegation, is that right?
Well, we've got a couple extra seats on the airplane, so the first congressman that contacted me, I was able to put him on the plane. This is so Congressman Edwards and Mineta are going with me, and I'm sure other members of the delegation will be out, and the White House is trying to facilitate that as well.
Congressman Mineta, have you heard anything from home about damage reports?
Yes, I have. I've had an opportunity to talk to several people in the San Jose area, and there's an extensive damage in terms of glass, not really in terms of physical damage from, let's say, buildings collapsing, but that's very, very preliminary. When I got off the phone just about 5 minutes ago, they were still experiencing aftershocks, and so this is again what we'll be able to assess once we get there tomorrow morning.
And have you heard anything of these reports that have been on news wires and other places of 40 people dead on the interstate highway? Have you heard those?
Yes, sir. I did hear about the collapse of Highway 880 in Oakland, where there was a cave-in, and from what I understand, about 40 were killed just from that cave-in. There were some 60, I guess, deaths in the Northern California area, but again, that report was probably about 45 minutes ago.
60 deaths, you said you heard?
Is what I had heard for Northern California.
Congressman Edwards, what reports do you have from home?
Well, they're not really very good. There are a lot of people who are frightened out there, and glass on the floor. Aftershocks. I think the aftershocks are the worst thing that people have going against them, but I think that Norm and I coming out there and the Secretary and this team that's going out will give them some confidence that we're concerned, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that the problems are taken care of.
Do you have anything further than we've heard on injuries or deaths?
No, we have nothing further.
Thank you very much. Congressman Don Edwards, and that was Congressman Norm Mineta going out with Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner tonight, flying overnight to the West Coast, so they should be there about 4 or 5 hours from now. Tom?
Thank you very much. Robert Hager, who was with the two congressmen who represent portions of that area, Congressman Edwards and Mineta. Of course, some of the other San Francisco and Berkeley Bay Area congressmen will be going, I'm sure, as well. To bring you up to date, an earthquake with a magnitude of 6.9, which is a very destructive earthquake, an epicenter in the San Jose, or pardon me, in the Santa Cruz area, which is south of San Francisco. We're going to do you this map one more time just so you can get a fix on it now. That occurred tonight. And what happened is that it occurred down here, but it radiated out through the San Francisco Bay Area. The big damage seems to have been right here at the approach to the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge and across the bridge down in this area, perhaps as many as 50 people killed in this area, 40 people killed here, 7 or 8 in the San Francisco area. Those are the reports that we're getting so far. They remain scattered. They have been confirmed as best they can be by government officials. But in fact, we are working hard to reaffirm what we are learning tonight, because it is coming in a very episodic fashion right now. Most of the power is off. We do have reporters from KRON in San Francisco, KCRA in Sacramento, and our own people who are at work there. Let's go back now and look at what KRON is able to transmit in the city of San Francisco itself on emergency backup power to show you what is going on. Most of the damage in the city, as we've been saying repeatedly, has been occurring near the wharf area. Emerald Yee is on your left and Evan White on your right. There are two principal reporters for the station KRON.
Spreading and involving very
And that was by far the most serious fire in the city.
It was indeed. So if BART can get operating, that's going to help ease some of the gridlock. I must admit, I would, if I wanted to get home to my family, I would run under the tube. But boy, I'd rather not, and I'll hold my breath the entire trip. Thank you.
I must tell you, as a Bay Area resident, though, that's, you know, when you think of...
Now, we get them only off and on. We want to tell you that the greatest single amount of damage tonight has been to the California interstate system in Northern California, on one side of the bay in Oakland, and on the other side of the bay near an approach going south to San Jose. We believe it's at the Cypress Bridge approach, which leads south out of the city of San Francisco. It occurred during the rush hour, and as many as 53 people may have been killed. We have some additional picture that we'd like to share with you now. This is the approach to the interstate that we believe where the greatest damage was done. That is the top section of an interstate collapsed onto the bottom section. An absolute pancake-like situation, as you can tell. And we think that not too far from there, this brick building collapsed onto some cars, and 5, maybe 6 people were killed when that happened.
A lot of bricks and rubble.
Those are the pictures that we have right now. It is coming up on 20 to 9 in California. This earthquake occurred at shortly after 5 out there. Now we can give you a better sense of what is going on. Almost nothing has been done to the Golden Gate Bridge up in the upper left-hand corner of your picture, but it is that Bay Bridge that has suffered damage both in the span going from the city across the San Francisco Bay to Oakland and just south of there, leading to San Jose and the San Francisco airport, which represents the pictures we just saw. San Francisco, of course, is laced by earthquake faults. 2 of them converge not too far from there, the Hayward Fault and the San Andreas Fault. It is a city that has been a target for an earthquake for a long, long time, and as Robert Bazell reminded us earlier this evening, there has been a government report just recently that San Francisco and the South Bay area would be the next likely target of California's big earthquake. In fact, it came tonight with no warning. 60,000 fans at Candlestick Park for the 3rd game of the World Series, the Giants trailing the A's 2-0, and the game was immediately canceled. The park was evacuated on the orders of the Commissioner of Baseball, Fay Vincent. There were some cracks in the upper tiers of the park, but people were able to get out of there without any injuries and certainly no deaths so far as we know. More pictures now from San Francisco. This is what we were looking at just a few moments ago. This is an area down near the approaches to the Bay Bridge.
There's an even worse scene, and we saw cars and with people inside crushed beneath a lot of bricks and rubble. But again,
KRON is on the air, our San Francisco affiliate there. Let's hear what they have to say and what's the latest from them.
2 in Santa Cruz. Those are the confirmed deaths. Hundreds are injured. Most of the injured are at the freeway collapse in Oakland.
and that would be it. We're going to show you some pictures now from the Bay Bridge. This is where the upper deck collapsed onto the lower deck, and portions of that lower deck then fell into the bay. We're still waiting to get word as to whether people went down with the lower deck or fell off from the lower deck, but you can see how the bridge basically opened up when the earthquake hit. The top level is eastbound from San Francisco to Oakland. The lower deck in the other direction from Oakland coming, these would be people coming into the city when that top deck collapsed on them. We had several eyewitness reports from people that worked here that happened to be on the bridge. One of them described a tremendous shaking. She was on a bus. They thought everything was okay, and then they proceeded. And she said not more than 10, 15 seconds later, everything came to a stop. People got out of their cars and were running off the bridge. And as she was getting off, she heard crashing sounds behind her as parts of the bridge collapsed. Of course, the worst fatalities are not on the bridge, but just off the bridge, the Cypress section. This is the cantilevered section, the double-deck freeway getting off the Bay Bridge into the East Bay. And we're told that when that collapsed, that as many as 53 people were killed and 400 injured. Rescue efforts are going to be going on all night to try to get people out of that, out of the debris that they're trapped between. We got word earlier from San Francisco Mayor Art Agnos that damage in the city was minimal. Depends on how you define minimal. We saw some pretty serious damage. Also, the Chief of State Sununu is on his way from the White House to assess the damage out here. But as far as transportation, and this is one thing we're going to keep repeating over and over again, because people are going to need to know how to get from one point to another if they do have to. For the most part, people are being asked to stay put, that would be the easiest for everyone all around to stay put, stay home. But most bridges have been reopened. The one that remains closed is San Mateo, and that we don't know when it will open, but we were told that about 5:30 would be closed for 2 to 3 hours. Bay Bridge, of course, that will be closed for a long time. But as far as other modes of transportation, the other bridges are open. And in fact, we had sent reporters to several parts, to the airport, to Candlestick, to downtown, and they've been able to get back.
All right, that's Emerald Yee, who is an anchor woman at KRON in San Francisco, Channel 4, doing the best that they can to bring you up to date on the situation out there. She mentioned John Sununu. We don't think that the White House Chief of Staff will be going to San Francisco. We just heard from Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner. He'll be going out there tonight on an overnight flight with several members of the California congressional delegation representing the Northern Bay Area. As we know it at this hour, the death toll in the Greater Bay Area may be as high as 100 people. It could go higher, of course, as they sort out the dimensions of this tragedy, reaching all the way from Santa Cruz and Monterey and Carmel north to Oakland and to Berkeley, California. Although the damage in the Berkeley area seems to have been relatively confined, we are told that there was the collapse of a freeway in the Oakland area. Interstate 880 went down, and that maybe as many as 40 people were killed there and another 53 people killed on the other side of the Oakland Bay Bridge at the Cypress on-ramp. So that's what we know at this hour. We want to go now to Dr. Fred Frimgold, who is with Virginia Tech. He's an expert on architecture and on earthquakes, and he has been watching all of this so far. Is there anything that you can do to make interstates and bridges earthquake-proof, Doctor?
Well, of course. I think what we've seen here is two rather old structures which have fallen victim to this event. They also happen to be structures which pass over the soft soil at the margin of the bay. They are in a precarious site, and they represent the state-of-the-art of the 1930s. Unfortunately, they apparently were not adequate to withstand this earthquake. During the 1971 earthquake in San Fernando, we also had freeway failure, and a great deal was done at that time to initiate research and, in fact, to take measures to strengthen highways and overpasses. And it is tragic now to see that these measures, in the case of these two structures, were not adequate.
And Dr. Krimgold, do you think that it is as much as anything where those particular spans were located as it was the construction, for example, that Cypress Bridge on-ramp might have been in a part of a landfill section, for example, and where the bridge collapsed out in the middle of the bay, the land beneath the water may have been less stable?
Well, I think that the soil conditions at the site were probably a factor. They may have contributed to amplification of the shaking at that site, and the relationship of the structure to the soil conditions was certainly a factor. In terms of the failure of the bridge, that's quite a complex structure, and I couldn't, from what I've seen, make any definitive statement about the reason for that failure.
Thank you very much, Fred Krimgold, who is the Associate Dean of Architecture at Virginia Tech and one of the world's leading experts on earthquakes and construction that relates to earthquakes. Jimmy Cephalo of NBC Sports is at Candlestick Park right now. They had to evacuate the park at the beginning of the third game of the World Series. And Jimmy, are people standing by out there still trying to get out of the park?
Tom, here in San Francisco at Candlestick Park, there's a traffic jam, a great deal of confusion, although very little panic taking place. There are still thousands and thousands of fans here at Candlestick Park. A traffic jam has developed, people trying to get out of the area. This is what we have learned. Here at Candlestick, there's an architectural team on hand to take a look at the stadium. They will be here throughout the night. Now, the question is, what happens to the Oakland Coliseum if the series should move there? We have been receiving unconfirmed reports. There was a small amount of damage done there, and so there will be also an architectural group to meet and find out what's going on at the Coliseum in Oakland. Tomorrow morning, the baseball commissioner, Fay Vincent, and the rest of the hierarchy of Major League Baseball will meet in order to make a determination of exactly how to proceed with this World Series. But again, very little panic here at the Candlestick Park in San Francisco. A lot of fans milling around, trying to find a way home. But the important thing is we have not received any report of casualties or of injury here at the park. It was a very quiet and calm crowd that left the ballpark after the earthquake hit at about 5:04 Pacific time. Tom?
Thank you very much, Jimmy Cephalo. That's the situation at Candlestick Park as we know it. In the city of San Francisco, most of the damage seems to be confined to one area, which is just on the city side of the Fisherman's Wharf area. We're going to show you some additional footage that we have now coming from the fire, which has been very stubborn indeed. It's probably fed by a broken gas main. They've had trouble with water pressure in that area. There were reports from the reporters at KRON that they were pumping water out of the San Francisco Bay in an effort to fight this fire. It's feeding a lot of wood frame construction. Those are pre-war and post-war houses that are in that area, most of them duplexes and triplexes. For those of you who are familiar with San Francisco, it's a lot of common wall housing. The population is very dense there. It's a middle and upper middle class area, and what they hope to be able to do is to confine it to that section of the city. Our reporters who have been out and around say that the damage to the rest of the city of San Francisco seems to be minimal in a relative sense, although one building did collapse and kill probably 6 to 7 people. Those are the fire pictures that we are seeing now from San Francisco at this hour. Late fire pictures, and as we repeat to you, they have not been able to bring this fire under control. A lot of it has to do with shutting off the gas mains, although the mayor of the city did report earlier that by and large the city has held up pretty well, considering what happened to it tonight, as it was the perimeter target of an earthquake that occurred about an hour and 25 minutes south of there by car in the Santa Cruz area, right on the Pacific Ocean, probably on the San Andreas Fault, although that is not yet clear. And we have heard from the Santa Cruz area that highways have been buckled there as well, they don't have quite as many overpasses as they do in the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Area, and of course that's the great damage if those overpasses collapse one onto the other, as happened in 2 instances tonight, both on the city side and on the Oakland Bay Bridge side. And we have now a death toll, unofficially, of about 100 people. The Lieutenant Governor saying 40 dying on Interstate 880 on the Oakland Bay Bridge side, and then our reporters at KRON saying that probably another 50 to 55 people died on one of the on-ramps, the Cypress Bridge, I think, on-ramp going south on Interstate 101 towards San Jose out of the city. Probably happened right around the rush hour. NBC News science correspondent Robert Bazell is in Florida tonight, where he was assigned to cover the liftoff of the space shuttle Atlantis, now postponed until tomorrow afternoon. He has been reading a lot of government reports recently on earthquakes. And, Bob, I guess the most frightening thing that we've heard in terms of looking toward the future, the same people who wrote the report saying that the South Bay area of San Francisco was going to be next, and indeed it has been, say that there is a 60% chance of a big quake hitting Southern California in the next 30 years. Those are pretty short odds.
Yeah, those are the odds indeed, Tom. And one of the things is that this is one of the worst scenarios that earthquake planners had always imagined, that an earthquake would strike just at rush hour. I've managed to get through to some people in the Bay Area who I know, and the big concern now is that there are thousands and thousands of people who are stranded and have no way to get around. Without the Bay Bridge running, without the Bay Bridge operating, there's no way to get across the bay. The public transportation there is now minimal, and that kind of thing is just a terrible nightmare that has always been anticipated with California earthquakes, but it's come true. The other areas there is equal concern that there could be even a bigger earthquake in Southern California, but of course that isn't what anybody's worried about right now. Those scenes that we saw of the burning in the marina area are eerily reminiscent of the 1906 earthquake, when fire destroyed so much more than the earthquake did in San Francisco. The problem being, as you pointed out, broken gas mains that can't be put out.
All right, thank you, Robert Bazell. Well, you were talking about that. Personal note, I have a daughter who lives in Berkeley, and we just got word that she's okay, although there's a little tiny damage to her house, and they're going to be okay there. We don't know what else is going on in the Berkeley area. We had one report of some structural damage there, and that's a personal relief to me, at least. We're going to go now to Mayor Larry Stone of Sunnyvale, California, which is in the Silicon Valley. That's down near San Jose. Mr. Mayor, how are you doing in Sunnyvale tonight?
Good evening, Tom. Well, we seem to have suffered less damage in this area than some other parts of the Bay Area. Of course, a rush hour earthquake of this magnitude is the worst possible time for it to happen. We are assessing all public facilities right now, and have found some major water leaks, main leaks, and those kinds of things. But basically, we got through it in fairly good shape. With the power and communications down, we don't really know the extent of the damage because some people just simply can't get through to us.
All right. Do you have any deaths or injuries so far as you know in Sunnyvale?
There has been none. We have widespread gas leaks, both internal and external, all over the city, and we're trying to take care of those. We have a fairly organized team of citizen volunteers in every neighborhood that we've organized over the last 3 years for just this purpose. So they're going around to their neighbors, turning off gas whenever possible. We're putting all of our personnel into the streets to warn people about gas leaks. That seems to be the biggest risk we have right now. We had an explosion, not a major one, but in one of the apartment complexes almost 2.5 hours after the earthquake because of gas leak.
Where were you when the earthquake hit, Mr. Mayor?
I was in my mayor's office here and headed for the door. I've lived on the West Coast my entire life, and this was by far the worst shake that I've ever felt. As I was heading for the door, I had to grab onto my table to keep from...
It's an accumulation of numbers that we're getting both from the Lieutenant Governor's office and also the Mayor of San Francisco had an update on the number of dead in San Francisco when we were just listening to him. Again, 50 people are now reported dead in the Cypress 880 incident, the collapse of the freeway there. 8 dead in San Francisco. and I believe that 3 of those fatalities were in the Marina district in that fire, 5 fatalities in another part of the city, and the mayor
I think the
himself
5
wasn't
may be
even sure of that.
have been in the warehouse that collapsed.
He said some people in a car and something had fallen on it, but he wasn't even clear on where those fatalities had occurred. And 2 people that we know dead now in the Bay Bridge, and of course the upper deck of the Bay Bridge collapsed onto the lower deck, and I think we're talking about
Did you see the
a problem that's going to continue for some time from that, because I don't know how we're going to deal with the traffic from that in the months to come as they're fixing.
Well, it's closed. That's it.
Yeah.
Both decks. Did you see the video that the man from Oklahoma shot, showing the cars? They were waved on. They drove right off the edge and down. It's incredible. We'll be showing it, I'm sure, again later on. But the interesting thing is that that home video camera has now become so widespread through our communities that we start getting these video tapes back to cover where we don't happen to be. He had just come here with his wife from Oklahoma on a vacation to San Francisco. What a reception.
Welcome to San Francisco.
Welcome to San Francisco. Well, he said as long as he's alive and his wife's okay, that's as much welcome as he wants.
We should run through some of the alerts that we've had from from the water district. For example, we had a warning coming in, or not a warning, but a notice coming in from the Santa Clara Water District that people in parts of South San Jose, Los Gatos, Cupertino, and parts of Santa Clara and Sunnyvale as well will not have water later on tonight. So they are telling people to fill your containers right now and store that water, because you are not going to be having water later on tonight.
And let's go. We have a report here. San Francisco State closed tomorrow. No major damage reported, but to be on the safe side, they want to check everything out before they resume classes. And we've got a number of road reports here, and I'm just trying to go through them and see the 101 at 3rd Avenue, which is one of the older, one of the original overpasses when they built the Bayshore Freeway. There a major overpass damage there at 3rd Avenue. San Mateo Bridge, as we've been saying, it closed all night. In Palo Alto, University Avenue at Palo Alto dropped onto a 101, that section of the roadway there, and so it's closed right now. And so it goes.
Here, look at this, Dave. Help us out here.
Yes, the bridge is closed, the Bay
Visual
Bridge.
Reinforcement here.
Yeah, Bay Bridge and the San Mateo Bridge closed. The San Mateo Bridge is closed overnight while they check the pilings. There's been, they think, some damage to the pilings in that bridge. Open, have been checked out and appear to be just fine. Golden Gate Bridge, now, that was the first bridge to come back online. Then Richmond Bridge, Dumbarton Bridge, Carquinez, Benicia, Polo and Benicia, they call it Benicia. The Benicia Bridge and the Antioch Bridge are now open to traffic.
Here you can see on your screen the roads that are closed that we know about at this point. Interstate 880, of course, where we have 50 fatalities. Downtown Oakland to the Bay Bridge. Apparently, one report I heard was that about a mile of the freeway there had collapsed. So we are talking about a major, major problem on 880. Highway 17, Highway 9 to Santa Cruz, closed. Interstate 280, Highway 85 to Magdalena, Highway 37 at the Napa River.
And we just received word from Providence Hospital. Well, San Francisco International is closed, and San Jose is closed except to emergency landings. Oakland International is open. Providence Hospital, we just received word that 10 people have been admitted there, most from the Interstate 880 accident, the Cypress accident where it collapsed, the upper deck collapsed onto the lower deck. Many more people, we're told, are in the waiting room there.
And again, in Oakland, they have been calling in all of the doctors in Highland Hospital, which has the best trauma center in the East Bay. Of course, in an emergency like this, all hospitals become trauma centers. But
you just were over there for a report, so you've had a chance to update the hospital firsthand within the last couple of weeks.
Best trauma center in the East Bay is what they call it. And a hospital that is overburdened as it is, and with a situation like...
Is there anything yet, Bob?
There are reports of power in Burlingame, Tom, in Berkeley, and a couple of other places. I can assure you that we certainly don't have any here in downtown San Francisco. And there is no evidence that it's going to come on anytime soon. As I mentioned earlier, there had been damage.
Okay, and what about on the streets of San Francisco? Lots of sirens and a lot of vehicular traffic, a lot of people out wandering around? Can you give us...
Yes, all three, a lot of sirens. Streets are experiencing traffic which I guess would be heavier than normal for this time of night. the traffic is moving pretty smoothly despite the fact that there are no stoplights. There are volunteers and police directing traffic at the intersections. There are some emergency lights on in buildings in downtown San Francisco, but very few.
Well, Bob, you know, you're familiar with the city of San Francisco with the Bay Bridge out and all that damage, and that city is going to come to a grinding halt for the next couple of days.
Well, I think it already has, in the sense that that on our ride back from Candlestick Park, it was very, very difficult because sections of freeway were closed. There are, I understand, ways to get to Oakland other than the Bay Bridge. But that, of course, I would expect that you will not see any sort of a normal day tomorrow. There is already speculation that because of damage to interstate highways, to bridges, to overpasses, there is already speculation that there will be serious conversations about delaying the World Series beyond tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much, Bob Jamieson. We're going to go now to a man by the name of George Hudson, who's with the National Red Cross. He's in Washington, D.C., describing what his agency is prepared to do.
This is what we call our operations room, and we're trying to make as much contact as we can with our local Red Cross chapters in the San Francisco and up and down the coast, especially our larger chapters that have the resources to send people in to help for those chapters that have been affected. We already have people on the way, and as you know, we have about 1,200 people in the Caribbean and in the Carolinas now, so we'll be scrambling to identify other people or train people to stand into this particular job.
And how many people do you have on the way? And how many people would you be able to mobilize within the day?
Well, I think we can probably mobilize anywhere to 150, 200 people during the day tomorrow, if that's what is necessary when we find out what's happening. And the chapter in Los Angeles and some of the ones unaffected have people on the way right now. I can't say how many there are, but we'll have vehicles and emergency equipment and people to be prepared to do whatever is necessary in that area.
And these people are driving up the coast now?
Yes, they're making every effort to get there. Some will be flying, and luckily, although it's 10 o'clock here, it's only 7 out there, so that they're still able to contact people and get them started.
We have a situation where you're sending in beds and tents or any kind of food or anything?
Yes, we know that from the Los Angeles area, they're setting up cots and the type of things that needs to open shelters and have temporary housing if that's necessary. Yes.
Tell me about the medical situation, reinforcements.
We'll have some nurses that'll be on the way. The Red Cross trained nurses are always ready to go there. We have some reports that a couple of the hospitals are receiving lots of injuries and everything. We'll be able to support them if it is necessary, yes.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
George Hudson of the National Red Cross, which is mobilizing to help out as best it can in the San Francisco Bay Area. Additional pictures now available to us, I'm told, coming to us from KCRA and KRON. This is the evacuation of a person, obviously, from a high-rise building, one of the buildings, and then more scenes now of the carnage. This is the we've seen another picture of this truck on Interstate 880, which is in the Oakland Bay area. Highway 17, the approach to the Bay Bridge, the Cypress Bridge approach, it's called, I'm told. And we think that this is where the 50 to 60 people may have been killed.
East Bay AC transit buses were being called to the scene to be used as temporary.
One level of the bridge completely collapsing on the other.
Along this elevated section when it literally began to rumble and rock and roll and literally ripple apart. We had received some...
And we think, we cannot be sure, that this is on the Oakland Bay side. Let's just listen to what KRON has to say.
On the Bay Bridge that said things stopped, and then there was a tremendous motion back and forth. It is a bit ironic. Emerald was talking about paradoxes. That portion of the cantilever is built with isosceles triangles, and that was supposed to give it a great deal of strength, and it did, but at the same time it offers the least resistance, making something crack there. Farther along on the other side of the bridge, you have the suspension systems that we're told can sway as much as 15 feet, so they can take a lot of this motion, but that cantilever portion, of course, didn't. And as you're seeing the devastation from this elevated freeway on 880, it didn't sustain much of that relief effort as well.
At this time, this is the worst structural damage that we know of on any roadway, including the section of the Bay Bridge that we talked about earlier, where we had word there were no fatalities, but 2 cars crushed on the lower deck of the Bay Bridge. But that was when the top of the Bay Bridge, the pavement section, fell through onto the lower part. Earlier, there were reports of the Coast Guard search and rescue crews working there, but again, a final report from the Bay Bridge was that there were no injuries from the Bay Bridge collapse in that section.
I can't overemphasize how bad this situation is along this mile and a half stretch of freeway. Anthony Moore was virtually astounded. He is relatively new to the Bay Area. He says that he has not seen anything quite like this before. The support pillars literally cracking in two like pretzels.
I don't think any of us, unless we visited the earthquake damage elsewhere, have seen anything like this. The damage has not been this great since the 1906 quake in San Francisco. Again, it's a 7.0 on the Richter scale. That's the latest information from Berkeley. It was centered near Santa Cruz, 50 miles southeast of San Francisco, around 10 miles from Santa Cruz. We have crews going to the top of the Santa Cruz Mountains, the Lexington Reservoir area. That is apparently, although not confirmed, that is apparently near the epicenter of this quake, which struck at 5:05 late this afternoon. And again, no power through much of the Bay Area. The East Bay, San Francisco is without power. As we were driving here to come to Sucro so that we could transmit this video to you, we noticed that people were being very helpful, some completely oblivious of the extent of damage. We saw young men on skateboards on our way here.
Most of the people were in the street, standing or sitting on the stoops of their houses. They appeared to be very calm. They were listening to radios. They were talking to one another, obviously trying to reassure one another. But they were staying very calm, staying in the street, of course, fearing that another major aftershock was going to hit. We haven't felt a major aftershock, certainly not to the extent of the first one that, of course, Suzanne indicated measured 7.0.
There were 2 that were reported, but I did not feel them. The first at 5:05 was so strong. There was another at 5:15, currently another at 5:41. These figures may be changed later as we get more information, but we do know that there were a couple of aftershocks. That was the time when we were outside of the building, so maybe it was not as apparent to us. Inside the building, of course, things were rocking. There was no damage.
These are pictures from KRON, which is our San Francisco affiliate, of some of the damage that has been done. We believe that this is the worst of the damage.
Rescue effort, this particular lady, perhaps in one of the cars that either plunged or was crushed by some of the debris. We will remind you that as many as 400 people were injured in this particular stretch of freeway that gave way.
You're seeing the neck collar there, a brace, perhaps just something that is precautionary at this point. We don't know on that particular individual. Here we're guessing, but it looks like they are at the nearest hospital.
We are, of course, looking at this video as you are seeing it. Obviously, some very concerned people, possibly relatives, waiting to hear word on some of the injured.
Now, I'm going to presume that this is a hospital in the East Bay and perhaps Highland Hospital until we're notified otherwise. We'll let you understand that it's on the same tape, so we know that that vehicle could not cross back over to San Francisco. It has to be a hospital in Oakland. It's presumably...
Well, we should point out at this point that Highland Hospital was one of the very first hospitals that indicated that they needed a lot of help from doctors and nurses. They asked many of their support people to come in immediately.
And that was about the same time that San Francisco Fire and all of Alameda County Fire crews were asked to come in, report to work because they were needed. Now, there is a fire that we haven't mentioned and I have not seen video of yet, and you'll forgive us, but we're having trouble getting video to you. But initially, just as the earthquake occurred, in the first 15 minutes afterwards, we heard that there was a tremendous fire in Berkeley in the area of Shattuck and Bancroft. We have not heard whether that fire is out or still going. We do know that the fire in the Marina District has been knocked down somewhat. We do not have a confirmation that it is out. Earlier footage we saw, it had burned several homes, and we know that there are at least 3 fatalities in the Marina District of San Francisco.
I think we're looking at tape from Oakland at this point. Some of the injured that apparently were hit either by flying glass or falling debris. Oakland, as well as San Francisco, has many antiquated buildings with some of this architectural overhang that apparently fell down.
Again, we're looking at the pavement just below the 880 overpass in Oakland. Again, this is the section, the double section of roadway that goes south from the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza.
The double-tiered area, that's a section of freeway. And we'll show it to you on a map to give you some relationship to where it exists for those of you watching outside the Bay Area. And let me pull the map in now to give you an idea of what we're talking about. Suzanne, excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm going to tilt this forward a little bit. This is the Bay Area proper, San Francisco, the North Bay, East Bay. Let me first point out, if you can zoom in, Chuck, to this portion of the cantilever, this 30 to 40 foot section of the bridge that gave way. It is approximately right here.
This is the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge.
The portion of the freeway that gave way, the elevated freeway 880, is approximately right here between 7th and, 32nd Street, about a mile and a mile and a half. This is elevated freeway. Many people, of course, coming up from the south in the Alameda area use this to get into San Francisco. So we have a major artery feeding San Francisco that is virtually, well, incapacitated. We have the bridge that certainly will be closed for weeks, maybe months, and this portion of the freeway that certainly will be no use to anybody.
Major rescues still going on right now in this section of the 880 stretch south from that Bay Bridge Toll Plaza. And we heard as recently as half an hour ago that people were still trapped in their cars screaming for help.
Okay, over here, let me point out, over here is the Marina area. This is the area where we had that large fire. Last report from our reporters out there was that as much of a third of a block was burning intensely, but they apparently have the situation under control.
A big problem was gas eruptions in the area, also the lack of water, because a main water reservoir under this part of the city in the Beach Street district or the Marina district was punctured. The water lines were not able to carry the water. It was punctured in the earthquake, and therefore they could not get the water pressure or the water needed to put out that fire, and it burned a good 4 hours so far, assuming that it's still burning at this point.
Right. This is the landfill area that Evan White alluded to earlier. Landfill along the Marina, landfill along the financial district of San Francisco. This is the area that worried the experts the most, because the prediction was that if an earthquake...
Well, we are listening to KRON with a very good demonstration of what is going on out there, the most graphic, in fact, illustration yet we've had of just where the most severe damage has occurred, which is just across the Oakland Bay Bridge at the approach to the bridge, and it appears it is there on Interstate 880 and Highway 17 that there has been this collapse that has killed perhaps as many as 55 people, maybe even more. And as Bob Jimenez pointed out to you, in the north part of San Francisco, near the Marina, that's where the fire is still going on at this time. They don't know how many people may have been killed there. This earthquake actually had its epicenter south of San Francisco and just to the east in a community called Santa Cruz, which is hard by the Pacific Ocean there. 6.9 on the Richter scale. And we have on the telephone now Ken Hepburn, I think is his name. Ken, you are in Santa Cruz. Where were you when the earthquake occurred?
Yeah, I was in my studio here in a warehouse building in Santa Cruz, and boy, it just started rumbling along, and I ran outside, and this whole building was moving like just like a snake. As a matter of fact, we're getting a little bit of an aftershock right now, and it's trembling just a little bit. It was really quite amazing. Huge pieces of concrete just moving up and down, and big trucks dancing on the concrete. It was really quite something. And down on the Pacific Garden Mall, there's some trees down on cars, and the glass is out all over town. And there were a couple of columns of smoke coming up immediately afterwards, and
Ken,
the sirens have been going.
Ken, are you seeing any fires in the Santa Cruz area right now?
There have been a couple, and I think a couple of gas explosions as well, but maybe only one. I'm not sure. That happened immediately afterwards, and there was a black column of smoke going up from here.
What about buildings that are down in the Santa Cruz area?
And there seems to be a couple of buildings that have come down, down on the Pacific Garden Mall, and I believe perhaps 4 or 5 people were trapped in those buildings. And it's really something.
You've lived in California for a while?
About 4 years now. I'm originally from Connecticut and New York, and it's an incredible when the earth moves. I'm used to the thunderstorms and lightning storms and rain, but when the earth moves under your feet and nothing is certain at that point.
Do you have any idea of the extent of casualties and or deaths in the Santa Cruz area, or any of the radio stations, for example, on the air?
Well, radio stations have been infrequent. A lot of times they've been dropping off the air as I believe their power has gone out. We don't have any power here now. A friend of mine was at the grocery store, and we're getting another aftershock right now. As a matter of fact, the building is rattling at this moment.
Has that been going on all evening?
And about every 20 minutes or so since the major one. A friend of mine was at the grocery store, and the glass bottles came down on her leg, and her legs are all cut up. And it's pretty amazing. Downtown is pretty much a wreck. All the major buildings have all their glass fronts out, and the police are around, and it's really something. And it seems like something else has just fallen off the wall here.
All right, Ken, the best thing to do is get beneath the door frame. Do you know about that?
Yes, I'm well underneath it right at this moment.
All right, fine. Thank you very much for sharing with us what has been a harrowing evening, I know, for you. In Denver right now at KCNC is John Ferrugia, and he's there with an earthquake expert, I think from Golden, Colorado. Is that right, John?
Information Center in Golden, where they're monitoring the aftershocks right now. And of course, that's the big concern right now, because as with the Armenian earthquake last year, it was the aftershock that really killed a lot of people. Waverly, right now, what are you seeing?
We're seeing a number of aftershocks, but they're in the magnitude 3.5 to 3 range in that area, and we're not seeing anything of any significance. But as I stated before, the next several days we'll be watching it very closely, because there's always that possibility of aftershocks in the magnitude 5 range.
If something in the next 72 hours pops up, another earthquake, what does that mean for San Francisco?
Well, what has happened, you have a lot of damage from the main shock, and if you get a sharp aftershock, say in the magnitude 5, 5.5 range, that could cause additional damage to buildings that are already damaged.
What kind of pattern are you looking for in these aftershocks right now? I notice you have people downstairs and back here behind us who are monitoring this.
Well, what we're looking for now, we're looking to try to see if the aftershocks might be increasing in size, or whether they're kind of constantly remaining at magnitude 3 to 3.5 and what have you. But let me say right now, we cannot predict what an aftershock might be, but what we're looking at the possibilities, and what we've known in earthquakes of this size in the past, is to try to figure out what might happen in this area.
This earthquake, of course, now is confirmed pretty much on the San Andreas Fault.
Yeah, it is confirmed that it's on the San Andreas Fault, and everybody knows that that is an active fault, and we have a number of earthquakes on that fault.
Is the potential, because it's at the San Andreas, is the potential much greater for a big aftershock?
I wouldn't say so, because we're looking at the size of the main shock, which is 6.9. This is a strong earthquake. It's not a great earthquake. But if you're looking at something like, say, a magnitude 8.3, like in a 1906 earthquake, you would be expecting to have large aftershocks in the magnitude 6 to 6.5 range. But this earthquake is not that large. So if it follows that pattern that we know that has happened in the past, we don't think that we're going to see aftershock that large.
Okay, Waverly Person. Tom, back to you.
Thank you very much, John. We now have the mayor of San Francisco, Art Agnos, and what he has been saying about the extent of damage that his city has suffered tonight. We have him on videotape. Let's hear what he has to say now.
This so far, God willing, there'll be no more aftershocks, and we'll be in pretty good shape tomorrow sometime. However, there is some damage, and we've made some decisions. We're urging people not to go to work unless they're in a vital kind of capacity, so that our building inspectors, which we're asking to come to work right now, all city building inspectors and engineers, to report to work immediately at the Army Street office, so that we can begin to evaluate all buildings downtown to see what kind of shape they're in before people people try to go to work to them tomorrow. So anyone who would go to work tomorrow who does not have some kind of vital function should try to stay home and check with their office before going in until we can inspect them. We're asking all children, the superintendent of schools, Mr. Cortinas, has said that there will be no school tomorrow and school children should stay at home. People should be calm. The city is in good shape. Our water lines and the water is 100% pure. Our sewage system is working. All hospitals are up. There's a minor problem at Mount Zion with their emergency room, but the rest of the hospital is in good shape. Their boiler broke down. Letterman is up and running and can take any number of people who might be in need of help. So all of our vital institutions are in good shape. Our police departments, all 9 district stations are up, fully manned. We've recalled people, and a number have returned from their off-duty hours to supplement those who are on duty for their regular shift. We've had over 150 firemen report back to work. All of the fires are out or under control. The major fire at the marina, which has resulted in 3 fatalities that we know of, is under control and being put out. We had 5 fatalities when a building fell on some people in the south of Market area, and those are the total fatalities we know of to date. That is a total of...
That's Mayor Art Agnos of San Francisco talking tonight about the fact that he wants people, unless they have an absolutely vital job, to stay home tomorrow. Schools are closed. A lot of the transportation has been disrupted. There are broken gas mains. A lot of the city is without power, and that's just in the city of San Francisco, to say nothing of what's going on in the Oakland Bay area, in Alameda, in Santa Cruz, where all this happened, in Monterey and Carmel. The extent of damage will be assessing all night long. How quickly...
Hello, I'm Bud Elliott with a special report from News Center 24 with new, updated, and of regional interest information on the earthquake that you've heard about all night here on TV 24. The death toll in the worst San Francisco earthquake since 1906 is close to 70 tonight. The huge 6.9 or 7.0 quake struck about 5:04 this evening. It was centered north of Santa Cruz, but felt most heavily in San Francisco proper. The San Francisco Bay Bridge collapsed on the Oakland side. 1 person was killed there, but up to 40 others were killed when the double-decker portion of I-80 on the Oakland side collapsed. It was a frightening scene. Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy toured the scene shortly after and said the rubble is so bad they still don't have an accurate account of the fatalities. 2 main bridges are closed down tonight, as is the San Francisco International Airport, Amtrak, and BART service throughout the Bay. Now, a Fresno woman had just crossed the Bay Bridge when the earthquake hit tonight at 5:04. Mary Sand of Fresno witnessed the confusion along southbound I-880 and described what happened.
As I was driving down the road listening to the game, all of a sudden there was a surge, and it felt like the vehicle was going to take a nosedive directly into the ground. And my whole body went forward, and the van went forward, and then it rocked from side to side, and everybody was trying to brake, and you could see brake lights on, and all the cars were stopping, and you could just feel a giant wave that just literally rocked the van this way. And then it settled down, and you knew right away what was going on.
Now, as we say, that damage on the Oakland Bay Bridge on the upper deck, or the westbound deck, was on the Oakland side. And then, of course, the I-880 collapse was also on the Oakland side as you come off the bridge westbound and then go south into Alameda County. That's where as many as 40 or perhaps even 50 people were killed in the collapse of the double-decker section. Immediately after the quake tonight, fires broke out in downtown San Francisco. One was a 5-alarm blaze in the Marina District. Other fires still burn in Berkeley, Palo Alto, and the South Bay tonight. As we mentioned, aside from the fire damage, there is major structural damage to many buildings in the Bay Area. And also south down on the peninsula in Santa Cruz, the Pacific Garden Mall collapsed. 6 people were killed there. At least 5 other people were killed in the collapse of one apartment house near Fisherman's Wharf. Since travel is very difficult into and out of San Francisco, travel has also been affected here in Fresno. It's a domino effect. We go live now to the newsroom for more on that, and Bob Long. Bob?
Thank you, Bud. You were talking about Santa Cruz. It's rather interesting. I talked to a cousin over there earlier this evening, a fellow by the name of Bob Hope, not the same one, and he said that some plants in his greenhouse fell over. The greenhouse itself was not damaged, nor was his house damaged, and yet the tragedy in which 6 people were killed. As a result of the damage in and around the Santa Cruz area, State Routes 1 and 17 into Santa Cruz have now been closed. Do not plan on going over there and trying that. And incidentally, this is important to you. State Route 152 over Pacheco Pass may be closed at any time. That would be to allow emergency vehicles only to have access to the Bay Area using that route, State Route 152 through Los Banos out of the Pacheco Pass area. Bridges open in the Bay Area that we know of: Richmond San Rafael, San Mateo Bridge, that's State Route 92, Golden Gate Bridge, even though there was trouble with one of the tunnels for a time, the Carquinez Bridge, and the Benicia Martinez Bridge. According to the Office of Emergency Services, word is that some military-type bridge work may be installed on damaged sections of that Bay Bridge to get it open perhaps as early as Thursday. Earlier we heard talk about BART and the Metro Muni people who were trapped as a result of the quake. All of them have now been freed. Of course, the big way to get in and out of the Bay Area is through the air, and the damage and destruction have extended to many airports, they think, in the Bay Area. And Fresno was among the many air terminals where people were stranded. San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, all are airports that draw thousands of people every day. And in a very short time, the Fresno air terminal was full of people waiting for some word. And as they waited, the word got worse. The damage was greater. The earthquake was stronger than expected, and the airports were closed. What happens now?
Well, I guess we get to San Francisco when we can, and then try and pick up a connecting flight whenever one's one available, one goes out.
How long have you been waiting?
We've been here about an hour and a half.
So it has not been a bad wait?
Not bad. You know, what can you do about it?
In most cases, that meant finding a hotel room overnight and seeing what tomorrow would bring. And hopefully it would be way out of town. That's a scene being replayed thousands of times tonight in dozens of airports in and around the West, as far east as Chicago, on the night of a Bay Area tragedy.
And it certainly is a tragedy. Bob, thank you very much. We are hearing more and more reports of serious damage in the South Bay and Western Valley tonight. Again, the epicenter of the quake was north of Santa Cruz, about 10 miles. That means we can expect to start getting serious damage reports from places like San Jose and Sunnyvale and some of the smaller towns to the south and southwest. Closer to home, troops from our State Highway Patrol garrison are mobilizing at this hour to move into the quake areas if they are needed, and chances are they will be. Stephanie Barugian is live at Patrol headquarters now. Steph?
About 100 men have been put on standby with the Fresno CHP office. They may be going to the Bay Area to assist. Let's talk now live to Chief John Anderson. Chief, what is the likelihood of those men being sent to the Bay Area?
I think it's very likely. As you know, we have tremendous traffic problems in the Bay Area as it is, with the Bay Bridge gone and other freeways uncertain. Sometime this night, tonight, our officers will be sent over, I'm confident.
What specifically will they be doing once they get there?
Anything that they're called upon to do. If there's looting, they'll assist in that, primarily traffic control. Also, most of them are emergency medical technicians. They'll help in first aid or whatever they're called upon to do.
And we understand that 2 aircraft have already been sent up. And what services will they be providing?
That's true. They've been moved to Napa. When it gets light in the morning, they'll provide an airborne platform so we can surveil what traffic conditions and where we're needed.
And can you give us a little bit more information about the men who are going to be going? They aren't physically here right now, but they are on standby, and what does that mean exactly?
It means they've been notified that within 2 hours they could be sent to the Bay Area. We will stage in Los Banos. These men will come from as far north as Modesto, as far south as Bakersfield.
Why is the Central Valley area called upon to assist? Is there a particular reason for that?
Well, one of the reasons is the Highway Patrol here in the Central Valley is the largest law enforcement agency here. We can provide that manpower, even though it will cut us short for a few days. We can plug them over there. We have the communications with other Highway Patrol officers. We're trained the same. We can fill in right behind them in whatever they're doing.
Now, this command center here at the CHP headquarters has been in operation for several hours tonight. What specifically are you doing right now in this building?
Right now, we're trying to arrange logistics, contacting the people, getting them on standby, arranging for cars, providing things such as our airplanes, bringing the crews in, sending those to Napa and so forth.
So I would imagine it's going to be a very busy night for you and all of the officers with the CHP tonight.
Well, it's certainly starting out that way.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief John Anderson. But as we said, 100 officers with the CHP have been put on standby. It is very likely that they will be called upon to assist in the Bay Area before the night is over.
Okay, Steph, fine. Thank you very much, and I'm quite sure they will be needed in the Bay Area, at least before sunrise. There is a fairly close relationship between people in Fresno and Fresno County, in fact, this portion of the valley and San Francisco, and certainly a long-standing affinity. A lot of our residents and viewers have business in San Francisco quite often. But please be advised tonight that Mayor Art Agnos has pretty much shut the city down. All the schools will be closed tomorrow. He has asked all San Francisco residents not to report to work to clog up the downtown damaged area unless they perform vital services. So San Francisco...
Very busy down there.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Henry Renteria, he is with the Oakland Office of Emergency Services, and I imagine very quickly, as you mentioned before, President Bush left the meeting, went back to the White House, and I would imagine very shortly this area will be declared a federal disaster
I'm sure
area.
it will. We want to update you now. This information just coming in. Within 2 days, this is according to Caltrans, they hope to have the bridge open temporarily, the Bay Bridge open to traffic. What they plan on doing is they plan on clearing the debris from the upper deck of the bridge, and what they want to do is just make a sort of temporary gap, put a temporary steel girder where part of the top of the bridge fell down to the lower part of the bridge. So they hope within 2 days that they can open the Bay Bridge to some traffic. Now, as you saw some of the pictures earlier, the damage is quite extensive. Perhaps that's an optimistic figure. We'll know pretty soon. We want to update you also on some of the roads that are also closed at this hour. Highway 580 east is open. That's through Oakland towards Castro Valley. Highway 880 through San Leandro is open, but Highway 17 south of Los Gatos, that is closed. BART is shut down, as we talked about earlier, and Highway 80 to Sacramento is open. The schools tomorrow, that will be closed. Oakland, San Francisco, Palo Alto, Acalanes Unified School Districts, all of these schools will be closed tomorrow. San Francisco State University is closed. UC Berkeley, though, will be open. The San Mateo County Emergency Center is in operation, and so far they have reported 109 injuries in San Mateo County, but no deaths have been reported in that county. All major San Mateo County facilities have checked in, and there doesn't seem to be any serious damage. We've also heard that Marin County made out pretty well in this earthquake, not a lot of damage there. All 20 cities in San Mateo County are now in contact with the emergency center, and like I say, none of them reported any major damage. Most county employees in San Mateo, and this is strictly San Mateo County, most of these employees are not going to report to work tomorrow. Employees are asked to check by phone. Call this number, and I will repeat this number a little later if you don't have time to write it down. If you're an employee in San Mateo County, call 363-4791. That's extension 1295. 363-4791, extension 1295 if you're an employee in San Mateo County, and call that number to find out if you should be going into work or not. Dennis, what do you have?
Okay, there are major power outages still in several areas of the Bay Area. We have on the phone with us now Marilyn Davin. Ms. Davin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
She's with PG&E and hopefully can give us some guidance as to what to expect so far as restoring power and what we should do if we don't have it. Can you tell us what we should expect, Ms. Davin, right now insofar as PG&E restoring power?
Okay, as far as the homes are concerned, of course, if you do suspect that there is gas leaking or can smell it, it is very important to turn it off at the line that goes into your house. In terms of overall electrical outages, we have now restored power to about 25% of customers in San Francisco. This has just happened a few minutes ago. And so power is being restored basically in a northerly fashion. There is now power south of Lincoln and 14th. And we'll be coming up toward the downtown, picking up power as we go along.
Ms. Davin, can you explain to folks that are watching now, when people are told, well, if you smell gas, turn it off, that oftentimes they don't know exactly how to do that. Can you give a little specifics there on the directions?
Well, there is usually a line that is located outside your house, and sometimes it is inside the house. I mean, it's different depending on where you live. It's very hard to generalize. It depends on the age of the building and so on. But there should be a gas valve, and if you can hear it or smell it, this is why odorant is put in the gas, that should be turned off.
Do you have any basic, immediate advice that you can give to people right now?
On what aspect? Well, I would certainly say that as far as the restoration of electricity, we still have between 500,000 and 1 million customers out, primarily San Francisco, south to Hollister, close to where the epicenter is. So we've called in all available crews who are getting here by any way that they can with the transportation problems, and we are picking up power even as we speak. So we're trying to do it as best we can.
How about in the East Bay and the South Bay, Ms. Davin? How many customers do we still have out there, and what can they expect in terms of getting their power back on?
Well, the East Bay, relative to what has happened to San Francisco, San Mateo, and south to Hollister, has been relatively lightly hit. We have had some scattered outages, nothing major like we have seen over on this side. And so, and of course, many hard-hit areas are closer to the epicenter south of San Jose, and we still do not have a lot of information on exactly what is happening there.
Okay, Marilyn Davin from Pacific Gas and Electric, thank you for taking time out to keep us informed.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Call anytime.
We will, of course, continue trying to update you on what you should and should not do during this situation, so far as emergency services and your PG&E and your electrical power and everything.
And George Watson is standing by right now in San Francisco, where they took the brunt of this earthquake today. George.
Dennis and Elaine, I can only describe the situation here as nightmarish. The entire city, at least the part of the city that I have been in all day, is completely blacked out. There are no traffic lights. Civilians, if you were, are trying to direct traffic. People are wandering the streets aimlessly. It is a horrible, sickening feeling to be in the city. I could only advise people to not come here under any circumstances. Earlier today, I was at Candlestick Park when it hit, but at the same time, a fire broke out in the Marina District, and let's show you some of the tape of what happened. I understand we don't have any tape yet. On the drive here from Candlestick Park, all the way across the city to the Golden Gate Bridge, took us about an hour and a half. Traffic is at a standstill. The city is in gridlock. I think, I hate to paint a dire picture, but it's the kind of scenario where you see looting happening sometime in the night, especially without power. It is crucial that the city get power back. If we have the tape, I'll give you briefly what I know about the fire that happened in the Marina District. Apparently it consumed several apartment buildings in an area around Divisadero and Beach Street. Do we have that picture yet? No, we do not. Again, getting back to the city, on Market Street, on 8th and Market, it was like another world. People were just wandering about with dazed looks on their faces. The homeless people were sort of coming out, and you could tell they were homeless. They were carrying their bags of all their belongings. And it's funny because everyone's equal now. There's a common denominator. The city is stricken, and it is truly horrible out there, and I don't know if I can find the words to describe it.
George, you're saying that the street is just gridlock streets all over San Francisco? Just people have they been abandoning their cars and getting out and walking?
No, I think the realization is that I don't think panic has set in, but it's moving along inch by inch by inch. We got off the freeway from 101 because it was obvious we weren't going to get anywhere, and took surface streets, which were pretty bad, but better than the freeway. The freeway is just this wall of non-moving lights, and this was from Candlestick Park. Let me tell you a little bit about what happened at Candlestick. When it hit, Willie Key and I were on this like mezzanine on the third floor, third level of the park, and it hit and it shook, and then it shook. My vision felt blurred. It wasn't my vision; it was the stadium, concrete rocking back and forth, and it was amazing to be there. But there was no panic. No one seemed to be upset, at least not where we were. I understand we have tape of the roaring fire that happened down in the Marina District today. Let's take a look at that if we can. It's hard to believe. It has to be reminiscent of what happened in 1906 when fire did most of the damage to the city. Here, of course, we have water power. In 1906, they did not. No one knows exactly yet what caused this fire, but obviously it is earthquake related. As to casualties and fatalities, I just don't know. But I am told that there were several fatalities in this fire. We'll get the details, but obviously it's very hard to come by that kind of story. We're going to stay in San Francisco, and I can only say keep your fingers crossed that the power can get back on as soon as possible. I think that could make a big, big difference in how the city copes with this tragedy.
George, have you noticed, Elaine asked before, are people trying to get from San Francisco to the East Bay? If so, you know, we have information that they're waiting at the ferry building, but there are free ferry rides being offered probably a little farther north, down along the waterfront, and they're leaving the pier half empty. Do you think they're aware of that over there? Or?
I'm sure they're not aware. There are ferry boats leaving. They're going over to Jack London Square. I'm not sure of the status, maybe you can tell me, of Highway 80 near Emeryville. Is that road open? Because I would recommend going across the Golden Gate Bridge and then the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge.
Both those bridges are open. Both those bridges are open.
Both those bridges are open, but what about Interstate 80 near Emeryville? How is that?
That, as we understand, is also open. I would imagine quite crowded by now, but at least it's moving.
That's the only thing I could recommend to people, because traffic on the Golden Gate Bridge is very good. It's moving smoothly, and actually there's not that many people here, so that would be the route I would take. But the ferry boat, that's a good idea, and apparently it's not being utilized, and obviously people just don't know about it.
George, you were talking earlier about people wandering aimlessly through the streets. Are these people, do they seem like are they coming up to you asking information? Do they seem like they just don't know where to go, what to do?
No, they look lost. They're dazed. It's funny being in a city that is completely dark, and the only lights are automobile lights. And I think these people are just in a state of shock. That's the only way I can describe it.
All right, thank you very much, George. And we'll be coming back with you throughout the evening for more updates from San Francisco.
And speaking of people being dazed and in somewhat of a state of semi-shock, we talked with some people. We mentioned the ferries a moment ago. We talked with some people who were getting off the ferries in Jack London Square, about a quarter mile from where we are. Let's see what they had to say.
Second? Sure. What was it like in the city?
It's pretty bad, it really is. A lot of the older buildings are a lot of cracks and so on, a lot of glass on the streets.
Where were you working?
I work at 423 Washington Street right downtown. I was on BART getting ready to come out of the city when it happened. In fact, I was underground in the Montgomery station.
How'd you feel?
I felt very scared. I mean, because the pillars and all the support beams inside the station were all moving and everything else. It was very scary.
Okay.
People running everywhere.
Where were you working?
At One Market Plaza.
What floor?
4th.
How'd it feel?
I don't know. By the time I got out of the building, I jumped on the bus to the East Bay. I got trapped on the bridge when it collapsed.
You were on the bridge?
Yeah.
How close were you to the collapse?
100 feet.
What did it look like?
I don't know. There were a couple of cars trapped under the edge of the slab, and it seemed like the whole bottom had collapsed into the bay. So it looked scary, but I guess a lot of people running around. Okay. It was spooky for a while.
What was it like in the city?
Horrendous. It was awful.
Where were you working?
Neiman Marcus on the 4th floor, and there was glass everywhere, and it was really frightening. I don't want to go through it again.
Never.
How was it for you?
It was awful. Well, I work in gift galleries, and we have a lot of crystal, and it was falling off the shelves and breaking, and everything was falling, and there was no place to run. Nowhere. We all work in Neiman Marcus.
Remember, in times like this, that God is in control, and you'll be all right.
Yeah. And
how was it for you?
Horrible. It was scary, but I trust in the Lord, and I knew I was going to be all right. But we got to the terminal, and they said the bridge had collapsed. Did it really collapse?
Yes.
My Lord. All I was worried about was my daughter. She works at I.Magnin, and all the windows were gone in that store. We work for Neiman Marcus.
We're getting our first official report of the death toll from the State Office of Emergency Services. They are now saying at least 50 dead. 4 in San Francisco, but then we've heard that figure go as high as 6 at 6th and Townsend. 6 dead in Santa Cruz, 40 in Oakland, and mostly at the Cypress structure, but we've heard that figure as high as 53. So according to the State Office of Emergency Services, at least 50 dead, but from the other reports we're getting, it could possibly be much higher than that. Faith Fancher is standing by live in Oakland right now, and she has pictures of a dramatic rescue. Faith.
I am at 24th and Cypress. The crews are mopping up now. They say they have done all they can do, but just about a half hour ago, there were 2 dramatic rescues within a block of each other. We have that tape, and we're going to show you that now. In one of the rescues, it was a 50-year-old man who was trapped for 3.5 hours. He was trapped in a car that was only 18 inches high after it was crushed. It was just a block away from where we are standing now at 24th and Cypress. He was inside a Nissan Sentra, and they said that the man came through with relatively minor injuries. There were lots of volunteers out here. Rescue crews, an excavating company came and helped get this man out. They thought that one of their employees was trapped. This has been the scene all up and down here tonight. A lot of people volunteering to help. You have Oakland firefighters, the CHP, you have police, everybody trying to help. In the second rescue that happened right here at 24th and Cypress, it was another man whose name was Tim. He was in a Navy truck, and the truck was only about 2 feet off the ground, we were told by the rescue workers. There were a lot of volunteers here helping him. He was able to talk to the rescuers the whole time that they were working on him. 2 of them told me he had both legs trapped, one on either side of the steering wheel. At one point, he told them, "Just cut my legs off so you can get me out." And they said, "No, we're going to be able to get you out." They kept talking to him. The Fremont Fire Department brought in the Jaws of Life. They brought in some heavy equipment, and they were finally able to get him out. Now, they have decided that they have done all they can do out here tonight. So the volunteers, all of the crews are going home. They say it will take a lot of heavy equipment to try to move this structure. There are other cars trapped under there, but they have made a thorough search of all the cars. They say everyone who was trapped inside of those cars, there is no chance that there is anyone left alive. So they'll be back tomorrow morning to try to move this structure and to try to start the grim task of taking some of the bodies out. That is the latest from 24th and Cypress. Back to you.
No doubt, Faith, we are going to be hearing more stories about individual heroism coming out of this event, especially there in that Cypress structure. Let me ask you something, and we alluded to it before with the Highway Patrol officer.
Yes.
To search that area with the collapsed structures, someone had to inch and crawl their way under that with the possibility of 1, an aftershock, or 2, that it could shift and crush them.
That's exactly what rescuers told us, and I asked one of them who helped pull that man out who was trapped here. I said, "Didn't you think at any minute that it could fall down on you?" And he said, "I just didn't think about it. I was just here to do a job, and I did my job, and it was all worth it when we saved the man." When he when the rescuers were able to pull that man out, everybody broke into loud cheers and claps here, and they said that, you know, in a tragedy like this, if you can save one life, it makes risking your own worth it.
Very good,
All right,
Faith.
thanks very much, Faith, for that live report. We are getting another report, not so good right now, from downtown Oakland at 31st and Martin Luther King Boulevard. There's near rioting and looting, apparently, is just breaking out. Police are trying to make arrests at a liquor store. Police are calling for backup. They are asking and warning and urging people do not go into downtown Oakland at 31st Street tonight. It's just a mess out there right now.
We mentioned to you earlier also that many people are being asked not to report to work tomorrow. Don't commute anywhere tomorrow, either to the south or to San Francisco. We'll probably be getting more of these. Hewlett-Packard company, which employs 5,000 people at its Cupertino site, is asking that none of its people come to work tomorrow. They have checked their building. It's safe, but they want to make another careful check tomorrow just to be sure. And also probably it would facilitate matters to have that many employees in one place stay home, get them off the road.
When an earthquake of this magnitude happens, of course, the first place we look to is UC Berkeley, and at first they almost were saying we couldn't even measure this thing, it was so big today, and then they said it was 7 points on the Richter scale. Dr. Robert Urhammer talked with us a little while ago. He's with the UC Seismic Lab. This is what he had to say.
The earthquake occurred along the San Andreas Fault System in the Santa Cruz Mountains, about 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz and 20 miles south of San Jose. The Berkeley magnitude is 7 on the Richter scale. There have also been a number of aftershocks, one of which is about magnitude 5 on the Richter scale.
Those aftershocks hit, as I recall, they were about 10 minutes apart.
Well, the biggest one was about a half hour.
And that was how big?
Approximately magnitude 5. We have not had time to go through and determine the magnitude of all of the aftershocks that we've been recording in the last few hours here. The aftershocks are scattering over about a 30-mile range of the San Andreas Fault System, roughly north and south of Lake Ellesmere, where the earthquakes, 2 magnitude 5 earthquakes occurred in the last couple of years in that area.
This earthquake, is this, people are going to say, is this the big one? Is this the area of the San Andreas that might have expected that?
It's a major earthquake, and it's one of the two areas in the Bay, two fault segments in the Bay Area where the potential is very high for an earthquake in the magnitude 7 range. The first one was the one where the earthquake occurred this evening, and the second one is the northern segment of the Hayward Fault Zone here in the East Bay.
We were getting reports of major damage in Hollister. How does one explain that, given the epicenter we're talking about?
Well, when you have an earthquake at the magnitude 7 level, or anything over about 6.5, you'll get widespread damage over easily a radius of 50 miles. And Hollister is less than 50 miles away from the Santa Cruz Mountain epicentral region.
Well, in terms of the iffy science of prediction, were you getting? I know you monitor the daily operations of the lab, UC Seismology Lab. Were you getting any indications? Was there any hint of anything like this coming?
No, there's no way that we have by monitoring just local seismicity in an area of predicting the occurrence of very large earthquakes like the one that occurred today.
And looking to the future, how are we on predicting in terms of aftershocks? Obviously, we can expect many, I suppose.
Typically, when you have a magnitude 7, you're going to have numerous aftershocks. We could easily get over 100 aftershocks of magnitude 2.5 and larger, and several of those aftershocks will be over magnitude 4 within the next few days.
In terms of what kind of power those aftershocks of 4 and about, buildings, structures, the Bay Bridge, for example, things already weakened, are these powerful?
It would be unlikely that a magnitude 4 would do any further damage. They would be felt over the area of the South Bay, but they would not necessarily be felt, say, 50 miles away.
The last time we had an earthquake that made big news, I can't remember the exact date, but there was an advisory issued that percentage chance of strong earthquake in the next 3-4 days was good.
Well, it was actually very low. It was, like 2% or 3%, so the probability was 95 to 97% that it would not occur.
And that would apply now? In other words, we're sort of starting from zero again?
Yes, each time you have a big main shock, you do get aftershocks. The most probable thing is that a big aftershock, if it's going to occur, will occur very soon in time after the main shock, and we have seen one at approximately magnitude 5 about a half hour after the main shock. And it's not very likely that we would have other large aftershocks of that size or larger in the next few days, but it's not impossible for that to occur.
Okay. Anything else we should know about? Obviously, we're all just people are jittery, and
just be aware that you will probably feel a few of the aftershocks over a period of the next few days.
And at this point, what does this do in the long term? Several people around this newsroom have said, if this wasn't the big one, I don't want to be here when it hits. What do you tell them?
Well, the main difference between these large earthquakes is that any earthquake over magnitude, when you get to magnitude 6.5 on the Richter scale, you reach a point at which you get the maximum amount of damage per square mile to ordinary structures. The only real difference between a 6.5 and a 7.5 and an 8.5 is that the number of square miles damaged goes up, but the amount of damage per square mile remains roughly constant. The reason for that's very simple. A magnitude 6.5 earthquake is caused by rupture of a fault like the San Andreas over a span of maybe 10 or 15 miles. A magnitude 7 will be caused by a rupture of the same fault, but instead of going only 10 or 15 miles along the fault, it might do 30 or 40 miles along the fault or more, 30, 40, 50 miles. And a magnitude 8.5 could do 200 plus miles along the same fault. And so the part of the ground shaking that really does damage to structures is due to the local proximity of the fault, the close-in rupture of the fault, and not the rupture that's 100 miles down the range. And so the end point is that anything over 6.5, at 6.5 and larger, you maximum out on the amount of ground shaking that you get and the damage you get to ordinary structures.
So just to recap, you're at putting it at a 7 at the moment,
Right,
and
that's correct.
Will that stand a good chance of being revised in the days and weeks to come?
Well, it'll be revised when we get all the instrumental records in for it. But the best records that we have available to us at the current time indicate magnitude 7.
Dr. Robert Urhammer, UC Thank you very much for calling.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Okay, let's go quickly now. I think we have Mayor Tom McHenry on the phone from San Jose. Mr. Mayor, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you give us an idea, an overview of the situation in your city tonight?
Well, right now the situation is stabilized in San Jose. I'll just talk quickly. I can't hear you that well. There's no fatalities reported. All the hospitals are in operation. Of course, they're quite busy with from minor to serious injuries. We have problems with our water system, and we're requesting people to be on emergency rationing. Our highways are in operation, and the police and fire and other emergency units seem to have things well in control. Some major structural damage in a few buildings downtown, but compared to San Francisco and Santa Cruz, our heart goes out to them. We know there's been a lot of deaths there, and we feel terrible.
How major is the water problem, Mr. Mayor?
The water problem, I think, is going to be very significant. Lexington Dam, where there's been a lot of problems and some fires in the hills there, has difficulties, as do several other of our water suppliers. So we have to consider this very, very serious as far as water rationing.
What does the situation look for tomorrow in terms of specific schools being open, roads, that kind of situation?
Well, we know Highway 17 is closed and will be closed for some time to Santa Cruz. Our major highways in this vicinity of San Jose are all open now. As far as the schools, we're getting in contact and have been speaking to some of the superintendents. I think it's fair to say, and maybe an understatement, that it's going to be some time before the Bay Area is back to normal, and we're expecting it to be a rather difficult week ahead.
Mr. Mayor, are you in a position to offer any mutual aid to any of the counties harder hit, such as Santa Cruz or San Francisco?
And have they been asking you for some?
As a matter of fact, we have, of course, an established system for that, but I've been on the phone to officials in Santa Cruz offering up to 75 police officers and a similar number of firefighting units. They seem to have things as much under control, although there has been a loss of life in Santa Cruz, as you probably know. I'm just about to get hooked in with Mayor Agnos and make the same offer, but we believe, San Francisco has a large police force, 2,500 officers or more, and mutual assistance packs. We just want to make the offer because just out of happenstance and fate, it seems like we haven't been hit as hard as many other communities.
That's what it sounds like. And also Marin County apparently wasn't hit as hard either. Thank you very much for taking the time and speaking with us on the phone. And if there's any further information that you think will be helpful to our audience, we'd appreciate it if we can talk to you again a little later on in the broadcast.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Tom McHenry, Mayor of San Jose. What do you have?
We're just getting information from Treasure Island. Navy Petty Officer Scott Douglas tells us that Treasure Island military personnel should contact their commands there because of a possible general recall tonight. He also tells us that the Treasure Island Navy base is providing temporary shelter for people who were stranded on the Bay Bridge. We're also getting a report that BART just started service from West Oakland to Concord, and they are still checking the Transbay tube right now.
Okay, we understand now. We have some video in of Harbor Bay Isle area of Alameda, the island city of Alameda, of damage there. Hopefully this is the worst we'll see. Broken jars and glasses in supermarkets, food items tossed off shelves. We see this quite often after temblors of just magnitude 2.5 or better. Compared to what we've seen in San Francisco and the Oakland Bay Bridge and in San Francisco, this is what to expect when you live in California. This is common fare in an earthquake. So if it doesn't get any worse than this at Harbor Bay Isle, perhaps there are some individual homes with damage, but we haven't heard any reports of major damage or loss of life at Harbor Bay Isle, but we thought we'd share. This is what you might expect at many supermarkets. So it's another thing we're going to have to be aware of in the next few days. We mentioned earlier that people from the Office of Emergency Services and from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, have recommended that we all keep a list, have the list here of earthquake preparedness. They call it an earthquake survival kit. Most of us don't have it. Consists of medical supplies, sanitation supplies, food and water supplies, and then miscellaneous supplies such as flashlights, extra batteries, battery-operated radio, blankets, solar blankets if you have them. But just these simple items that most of us don't have. Now what's going to be happening, and a good reason that we showed you what's going on at the supermarket at Harbor Bay Isle, because that's going to be going on in a lot of supermarkets. People are now going to be trying to run to the store and buy these things.
We're getting information right now. San Francisco Chief Frank Jordan has asked that all bars and taverns in San Francisco stop serving liquor. The San Francisco DA says that anyone arrested for looting tonight, and there have been reports of looting in San Francisco, will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. It's apparently not a good situation in San Francisco tonight. You're talking about an earthquake that was so devastating. It was felt in Reno, Nevada, 225 miles northeast. It was felt in downtown high-rises in Los Angeles and in San Diego along the Mexican border. This was a major earthquake tonight. The death toll has been rising all night long, and hopefully it won't go much higher, but we haven't gotten all the reports in.
And you're, of course, seeing a first tonight. We have been on the air now for about 5 straight hours. We haven't seen any commercials.
No.
No breaks, and we will be here for the duration, as long as it takes to get everybody off the street and keep everybody appraised of what's going on, what to expect tonight.
We'll take a short station ID break, and then we'll be back and continue our coverage for you. It's a long night. I'm Elaine Corral.
And I'm Dennis Richmond. As we've been telling you all evening, it's been a 7-point magnitude earthquake that struck the San Francisco Bay Area. We want to bring you up to date as to what went on. One of the major areas of damage was the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, where a complete section of it, an entire section of the roadway, about 50 feet long, but across the entire width of the roadway, the upper level completely collapsed on the lower level, causing some major damage down there too, trapping some people in their cars. We don't know of right now of the death toll. We are told there are some casualties there. They searched the waters below. They don't believe anyone fell in the water. We have been told that Caltrans hopes to reopen this bridge in just a matter of days. They say 2 days with temporary repairs. We can't tell you for sure if that will happen, but that's what we've been told. Again, this is the result of a 7.0 earthquake that struck the San Francisco Bay Area. It was the epicenter was between Santa Cruz and San Jose. It struck about 5:04. It was followed by and the first major aftershock at about 5:14. That was in the area of 4.8. A little while after that, another aftershock struck that was in the area of 5.2, and we're told there is a possibility, not a guarantee, but there's a possibility of another aftershock or more aftershocks that could strike in the range of 6 point on the Richter scale. Elaine?
What you're looking at here is Coast Guard. They circled the waters looking for people that might have fallen into the water after the accident on the bridge. And then there was an airlift that went on. Choppers took people to Ksee Field. We are now getting late report in that the extensive death toll was at the Cypress structure in Oakland, and I think we have those pictures for you in just a moment. 53 people were killed alone at the Cypress structure. People in their cars. When the top part of the Cypress structure fell down to the bottom part, there were also people who died on the ground when that happened. 400 injuries have now been reported. And then this next report is difficult to even report and harder to believe. We are getting unconfirmed reports from the Office of Emergency Services. Maybe as many as 200 people may be dead from this 7.0 earthquake that hit at 5:04 this afternoon. President Bush has been notified. Governor Deukmejian was in Frankfurt, Germany at the time. He sent an Air Force plane over to pick the governor up. The president is fully advised what's going on. He has ordered all emergency services into effect. The highest death toll, again, that we are receiving is in the Cypress structure area in Oakland, 53 dead there. This was an earthquake that was felt in Reno, Nevada. It was felt as far away as downtown Los Angeles. People in high-rise buildings there felt the sway. It was felt in San Diego and along the Mexican border. We had 3 sizable aftershocks, one around 5:14, 5:25, 5:40. UC Seismological Center says we may even be getting more aftershocks over the next couple of days. Some are saying that maybe perhaps for the next 72 hours, some people are going to be on their own. trying to fend for themselves. The Bay Bridge, of course, is closed down. There are reports that it will be open as soon as 2 days, but as Dennis and I have been reporting all evening long, the damage is quite extensive. Caltrans is making an effort to open it in the next 2 days to let some traffic pass, but we don't know if they'll be able to do that. Dennis?
We have been told that there has been some dramatic rescues in the area. This is what you're looking at right now, the Cypress structure. People have risked their lives to crawl up under those two compact pieces of highway to find survivors, and they have brought people out alive. But of course, there's the other side. In a situation like this, as you would expect, there is major looting going on. We're told there was major looting going on in San Francisco. Let's check in by phone now with Officer Daniel Hallisey. He's with the SFPD. Officer Hallisey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell us what the situation is there in terms of looting?
Well, I'm at the Central Police Station on Vallejo Street now, and the area in downtown San Francisco, in the North Beach, Chinatown, and Broadway area is quiet right now. There is no looting, no reports of looting.
Well, was there reports of, there were reports of looting earlier? Can you tell us about that?
No, in fact, I was called to duty. I'm supposed to be off duty. I came across the whole city from the Ingleside district just within the last hour, and all those traffic lights were out, but I made pretty good time, and there just was no looting that I could see, and it looked like neighbors were kind of banding together, and a lot of flashlight patrols out, but no panic, no looting, and no problems, major problems that we can see at this point.
Okay, officer, that is good news to hear, actually. What do you see? What is your biggest the biggest problem facing you and your fellow officers right now?
Well, what we're going through right now is a recall of all off-duty personnel coming back to reporting on duty, and we're trying to put enough people out there to cover the bases. But right now, it's trying to get personnel to duty. There is no specific crisis that we have to deal with at this point. People have really been amazing. They're reacting to it.
Well, I must admit, officer, we're getting some very conflicting reports from what we're getting over the wires and what we're getting from our reporters, and from what you're saying, we hope it's the way you describe it.
Well, you know, we have 9 police districts here, and what's happening in the southeast and the southern portions of the city, and then what's going on in between might be totally different. But right now, it's pretty calm in the North Beach area, Broadway, Chinatown, and the financial district.
Okay, well, listen, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Officer Daniel Hallisey of San Francisco Police Department by phone.
Okay.
And if there is any looting going on, the DA's office said they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We want to mention very quickly that because of the earthquake today, San Francisco International Airport had to be closed down, not because of damage to the runway, but major damage to the control tower, and that is not expected to open until midnight, if it will open even then. Also, commuters are being asked not to go to work in San Francisco tomorrow. In fact, they're being asked not to travel at all if you don't have to tomorrow, and to please check in with the appropriate people to find out if you should be at work. Rita Williams is in San Francisco right now. Of course, there's been major damage there and big fire tonight in the Marina District. Rita, what's happening right now?
Elaine, let me back up a little bit. I heard that officer's interview. I just left the Hall of Justice, the command post for the city, and even though there may not be looting in the areas he's describing, there is, I am told by the officers, there major looting in the southeast area of the city in Bayview Hunters Point. There are also heavy reports of looting in the Marina District near the fire area. So there is some looting going on in San Francisco, although luckily, as he said, not in some of the areas he described. Now, right after the earthquake hit tonight, we were near the Bay Bridge, and we abandoned our car. They were not letting people onto the Bay Bridge. There was word spreading that the Bay Bridge had collapsed. Cameraman Tony Hodrick and I just went off on foot, and we walked the entire length of the span of the bridge, which took several hours, shooting pictures along the way. Now, we have some pictures we'll show you a little bit later in the newscast, but let me just tell you that when we got to the break in the Bay Bridge, it is just an incredible sight. There is a 30 or 40 foot span of the Bay Bridge on the upper deck that has fallen down into the second deck of the bridge. Now, there are 2 cars that were trapped underneath this fallen part of the bridge. The first car, I am told by eyewitnesses, that the first car crashed down from the top deck of the bridge to the lower deck of the bridge. The second car that was hit in this debris was on the second deck, or the lower deck of the Bay Bridge, and was crushed when it fell down below. Now, it is remarkable that there was a man and woman in each of those two cars I just described, and no one in either of those two cars was injured. They climbed out of the cars. We talked to the people who helped pull them out, and none of those 4 people was injured. Now, I will tell you, however, and I talked to an eyewitness who saw this, about 30 minutes after the earthquake and after the collapse of the bridge, when everything was suspended on the bridge, there was a car that came flying over the top span of the Bay Bridge, where you can see on this picture now, you see the sky. The top deck of the Bay Bridge is completely empty there. There's a 30 or 40 foot section where there's no bridge. There was a car that tried to jump that bridge. Now, this was a car that had been going towards San Francisco on the top deck. So it had turned around and was going back to the East Bay on the top deck of the bridge, I'm told going 50 or 60 miles an hour, and tried, as a witness described, like the Dukes of Hazzard, tried to jump that span, the open part of the span on the top part of the Bay Bridge, and did not make it. Made it across the side, but then a wheel caught on the top part of the bridge. And I'm told that the woman in that car is the fatality on the bridge. Now, there are other people. We saw a rescue, we'll try to show you a little bit later, of a Coast Guard boat. There was a helicopter that was actually picking someone up out of a Coast Guard boat down below and in a basket and bringing them up into the helicopter. So I presume that some people may have jumped into the bay, being trapped on the bridge. We're not sure exactly who those people were that were transported to hospitals. But it is remarkable that with all that damage on the Bay Bridge, there is only, it seems to be, 1 fatality. Now, you're looking at now some of the fire tape in the Marina District. Firefighters have been telling me tonight that there are 4 or 5 fatalities in the Marina District. They are still searching the area. They've gotten a handle on the fire now, but they will not know the full extent of the deaths and injuries there until a little bit later. Now, the other scene that I saw tonight was over at 5th and Townsend, near the Hall of Justice, or 6th and Townsend, and the brick facade of a building there collapsed on people. And when I left the Hall of Justice about 45 minutes ago, they had recovered 4 bodies, expected to find 2 more bodies in that debris. Now, those seem to be the heaviest hit as far as fatalities that I've seen in the city tonight. 1 on the Bay Bridge, 4 or 5 in the Marina District, and perhaps 5 or 6 at 6th and Townsend when the brick facade collapsed on a building there. It is an incredible sight. When we came off the Bay Bridge around 9 o'clock, all of the lights in San Francisco are out. You're walking in downtown streets. You've seen some of the pictures earlier of the windows that broke from high-rise buildings. The streets are littered with glass, and we were just walking completely in the dark, no lights. Most people had no flashlights. The only lights you see are the headlights from cars. We flagged down a bus and a taxi cab and managed to get back to our car.
Rita, George Watson reported, about 45 minutes ago that it was just gridlock on most of the streets in San Francisco, that people weren't able to get anywhere. Are you finding that?
Elaine, as I say, when we first went onto the Bay Bridge shortly after the earthquake, I mean, we're talking real gridlock there. I've never seen anything like it. People are just abandoning their cars. Obviously, the Bay Bridge was closed and the approaches to major freeways out of the city were closed, so people were just sitting still. So yes, there was gridlock. Now, in traveling from the Hall of Justice over at 8th and Bryant over to the Golden Gate Bridge where I am now, which is across town, it took me about an hour. Traffic is moving, but a lot of streets are blocked off. Now, on 6th Street near the Hall of Justice, there is a fissure completely down the street. There's a 2-block long area on 6th Street that is completely closed down because there is a big hole in the street, and of course that's a hazard for driving. So that street is closed off, so you have to just kind of weave your way through the city. You can move around, but it takes a little doing, and it takes some time right now. And as I say, all the traffic lights are out. all the street lights are out, so it's very dangerous going, and the streets are littered with glass and debris that have fallen off buildings, bricks, so you're just kind of traveling in between whatever you can find.
We also heard people were sort of walking aimlessly around in shock. Are you seeing a lot of that on the streets?
Not so much, Elaine. By now, most people have recovered. Some people do have flashlights. They've walked out of their houses. They're, I hate to say sightseeing, but they're almost looking around with their flashlights trying to see what has happened. Of course, police are asking them to stay inside, but some people are just sort of out walking now. Now, it could be that they're in shock, but it seemed to me more like they were just out trying to see what was going on. There are people who have lost their cars. I have to tell you, we've lost a news car. We just abandoned it in a street, and we did park it, but we left it to go on the Bay Bridge tonight. And in the darkness, it was almost impossible to find it, so we had to leave a car. There are people I saw in the street while we were wandering around in the dark doing the same thing, asking which direction is Mission Street, which direction is Folsom. In the dark, the city looks very different, and it's very hard to navigate in the city right now when you can't see where you're going.
All right, thanks very much, Rita. That was Rita Williams giving us a live update report on the situation in San Francisco.
Okay, that's a situation there where there may be, right now, as we understand, maybe between 10 and 15 fatalities. But of course, the worst hit area that we know so far is the Cypress section in Oakland. Now, let me tell you where that is. It's the part of the 880 freeway as it goes through Oakland that connects from about Grand Avenue. It's the double-deck section that connects from Grand Avenue all the way out to the approach to the Bay Bridge. Now, that's that double-deck section as it goes through there. And what happens was, we've been telling you, the top collapsed and literally crushed cars that were in between. Let's go down to Randy. Randy has been out there checking on that and has an update for us. Randy?
Well, perhaps the most disturbing thing that I've learned is what I cannot learn, and that is that different county offices of the Office of Emergency Services are saying different things about what's going on out there, including the very basics about how many injured and dead there are there. Let me tell you what we can confirm, though. It's the numbers you've already used. 53 fatalities confirmed, 400 people injured. That is confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports of many more. What you are looking at, again, as Dennis was saying, the entire upper deck of the Cypress structure, that section of highway that connects the Bay Bridge to 880 going south, collapsed onto the lower deck, and all the vehicles that were on the lower deck were trapped beneath it. Now, we have heard some relatively miraculous reports of a few survivors underneath, but you could imagine the weight of that massive overhead Cypress structure falling on top of your car. The chances are not very good, and that is obviously why there are so many fatalities from that area. There are also apparently some fatalities on the ground in that section of Oakland. There are crews there right now. It is impossible to get an accurate count of the people injured and dead there because it's impossible to get under the structure to see exactly what's going on. There have been some people trying to count the cars that are trapped, but even that has proven difficult. Even on the upper deck, which we cannot see here, but on the upper deck, some of the vehicles that were traveling on the upper deck, the shaking was so violent, they were completely turned over onto their roofs, trucks jackknifed, fires were smoldering from engines from other cars, totally lost control and drove into guardrails on the upper deck. Once again, it's a very chaotic scene there. We urge people not to go out there. Rescue vehicles need access in and out, all the access they can have. And as soon as we can get confirmed reports of just how many people have been hurt, we will get them to you.
One woman said as she was driving up to the ramp, it happened, the earthquake happened, and she said she looked up, she couldn't believe it, but all she could hear was people screaming, just trying to get to safety.
From the air, it was one of the most frightening, disturbing things I've ever seen. Again, I'm guessing, but it seemed to be about a mile or a mile and a half section of road, and along that upper deck, you just saw ripples and an undulating path, and your mind raced with what you speculated was underneath that heavy roadbed. It was very disturbing.
When you hear about it, it's one thing, and then when you actually see it, and it's another thing altogether. It's actually it's much worse than what you first hear about.
Faith Thatcher mentioned that it appeared that rippling motion was caused by where there were cars under it.
That's what I was guessing. Again, I was seeing it from the air, and it's hard to know, but that certainly seemed to be the case. bumps in the roadway and parts of the roadway falling down to the street level. As anyone who's familiar with that area would know, that both levels of the roadway are overpasses above the streets there, one deck on top of the other. And the upper deck collapsing onto the lower deck sent portions of the lower deck collapsing
Down
onto
to
the
the
street.
Right.
And so some people on the street were hurt, and but most of the injuries and deaths seem to be on the lower deck of that Cypress structure. That would have been people traveling from the East Bay towards the Bay Bridge and towards, or if they were splintering off up on 80, they'd be heading up towards Berkeley.
We heard that at least 4 to 6 people were killed on the ground, and then the rest were where the actual top layer went into the bottom layer.
Yes.
And it could be as many as 53 dead.
Well, 53 dead are confirmed, 400 injured are confirmed, and we've been hearing unconfirmed reports of many more. We've been on the phone trying to verify it with different offices, and quite frankly, I've been getting different figures from different offices, and I'm almost afraid to say what I'm hearing.
Well, we'll say that until we get it confirmed, Randy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you have for us now, Dennis?
Let's go now to Leslie Griffith, I believe. Is she's standing by now with an update for us?
At the Cypress structure, the place we've been talking about. Leslie?
Okay, well, Elaine and Dennis, we've just been told to move back, and one of the reasons that we're being told to move back is that PG&E is here, and they're trying to get some lights on this area. If you can imagine, lights are out in this entire area, and so you've got officers going in there, and they're trying to find people, and they don't have the lights to do it. So that's what officials are doing at this hour. I want to show you some tape from a little bit earlier. I'm sure you've seen quite a bit of this, and I also want to tell you that we were hoping to have some idea how many people were injured by now. We can only tell you that officers at this point do not know. There are so many different rescues going on in different areas right now, and ever since we've been here, we got here at about 5:30 this afternoon. There were so many different rescues in so many different areas that no one knows for sure how many people have been rescued, or at least no one is telling us at this hour. Now, we can also tell you that we have confirmed that several people, 5 people in the last 2 hours, I was told, have been rescued. Oddly enough, several of them are doing really well. In fact, I believe this is the 24-year-old man who was rescued just a little while ago. His first name, I understand, is Tim, and he is apparently doing very well. His leg was crushed. He was one of those that officials were telling us they could hear screaming. He was screaming, "Help me, help me," and he apparently had been able to lay down in his car. He was completely flat in his car when they found him. Officers are also telling me that one of the problems is that when they go in there between these 2 levels of the freeway, the cars in the worst section, the section closest to the Bay Bridge, the cars are in some cases as flat as their license plates. So we have no idea how many cars are in this stretch of freeway, how many are trapped between these 2 decks. I have not heard any reports of anyone screaming for help recently. Of course, that's the sign that we want to hear. We're hoping to hear more reports of that, but we have not heard any reports of anyone calling for help in the last 45 minutes since this young man was rescued. It is just an incredible scene here at this hour. Fremont police are here, Hayward police are here, Oakland police are here. I mean, every single emergency crew that you can imagine is standing around. They are trying to figure out what to do. Right now, they're down to the basics. They're trying to get some light so that they can just take a look and see. Now, we can tell you that we have heard reports that the National Guard is out here. We have seen a couple of men in military uniforms, so we are assuming that maybe some military men have been called in to help. And Dennis and Elaine, as soon as we get any idea how many people, how many fatalities there are out here, then we will let you know. We do understand that AC Transit has a couple of buses being used, and those are being used as temporary morgues, and we are told that the bodies in those buses will be taken to a school that is also being used as a temporary morgue, but it's pretty chaotic out here. Dennis and Elaine?
Okay, Leslie, thank you. Leslie Griffith reporting from there that collapsed section of 880, the Cypress structure in Oakland. We understand now that with everything that's going on, they have to move, so we will get back to them as quickly as we can.
We have gotten a report now that 8 people have been confirmed dead in Santa Cruz County. Highway 1 is still closed at Watsonville. Highland Hospital is reporting that they are getting at least 20 to 30 patients from the Cypress structure. 7 have serious traumas, and they are not reporting any fatalities at this point. We'd like to now update you on the roads that are open in the Bay Area, and you'll be seeing those on your screen right now. This is the Road and Bridge Report, the late report that we have now. The Golden Gate Bridge is open. That has been open all day long. The San Mateo Bridge was closed earlier. It is open now. The Dumbarton Bridge has been opened all day. Richmond-San Rafael Bridge has been open, and the Carquinez Bridge is open.
Now, let's tell you about the highways that are open. Well, also the Benicia Bridge is open. Highway 101 southbound, I understand, is open. That's southbound from San Francisco. Highway 880 southbound through San Leandro. And I understand that turns into 17 as it gets further down. Highway 580 east through Oakland to Castro Valley is open. Highway 80 to Sacramento is open.
The schools that are open, UC Berkeley will be open tomorrow. Mount Diablo Unified School District will be open tomorrow. Concord and surrounding communities, all of these schools will be open tomorrow. So if you have schools, children going to schools in these areas, they will be going tomorrow.
Now we'll tell you what you should not try to do. The Bay Bridge, of course, is shut down. That will be for at least a couple of days, if not more. Highway 101 northbound at Candlestick to 3rd Street is closed. 6th Street in Townsend is closed in San Francisco.
Also closed Highway 280 at 85 in the South Bay. That's in both directions. Highway 17 is closed south of Los Gatos, and that's causing problems in that area. And the Presidio entrances to the Golden Gate Bridge. Additional roads. Oh, there's more schools that are closed.
Well, let's tell you about these first. Cal State Hayward is closed. San Francisco, Oakland schools, Palo Alto schools, Acalanes Unified schools, all those districts are closed.
San Francisco State University is closed. Fremont Union High, Sunnyvale Elementaries, and the San Jose schools are closed. Beginning at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, the Red and White Fleet will run ferries to San Francisco from Jack London Square in Oakland. So that is how you can get from San Francisco to Oakland, from Oakland to San Francisco by the Red and White Fleet, and they are offering free rides.
We want to show you some dramatic footage right now of moments after the bridge collapse. This is what was taking place. Now, keep in mind that the direction that it collapsed, the cars were facing the other direction. They would have to back cars off starting from the back, and you know people aren't going to sit on that bridge and, you know, after they see it collapse, and wait for them to back cars off. So what do they do? What you would do too, probably. They are streaming off that bridge on foot.
And this is a sight we have never seen in our lifetimes, of course. People just abandoning their cars, the wounded right there on the bridge being stretched out, people coming with blankets to help them.
But you can imagine yourself what you would do if you were in a situation.
We're just going to turn the cars around and try to get them off.
That's what we can. Yes, ma'am.
Situation, no doubt you wouldn't just sit in your car and
Absolutely not.
I would get off and leave mine, especially if I saw a section of the bridge collapse.
I talked to some people earlier tonight, and they said they were about 15 cars back of where the bridge actually collapsed, and it was just panic.
Let's go to Rita. Rita was in San Francisco, and you were there when this tape was shot. Tell us what you saw and what was going on. You could probably do a better job explaining it than we can.
Well, Dennis, what you saw, that first footage of people coming off the bridge. Now, that's when we started onto the bridge shortly after the earthquake hit. And people started just pouring out of the bridge. Now, a lot of these people were on buses, and they were telling them just to get off the bridge. So people started walking off. Now, unfortunately, by that, some of the people who left the bridge were not just bus riders. Some of them left their cars on the bridge. Now, tonight, we were the last vehicle. We came with an AC Transit bus, the last people to get off the bridge tonight about 8:30. And people had abandoned their cars on the bridge. It was obviously a hazard, so they were towing cars right and left. Now, the woman you just saw on the ground there, she either had a heart attack or a seizure. No one seemed to know at the time. This police officer is a CHP officer. his job was to go up and down the bridge and try to tell people to stay with their cars and to just wait. And the plan was that they would start on the San Francisco side of the bridge, and they, one by one, started turning cars around. You'll see here in a moment where you see cars going all different directions. This guy is turning around. Some cars were going toward the East Bay, some were going back to San Francisco, some were across on the bridge. There was a lot of pandemonium on the bridge. There was no communication. There was no one to tell them what to do. The CHP officer was about the only guy we saw. People were stopping us, asking us what to do. There was an FBI agent who flashed his badge to me and asked me what the CHP officers were telling him further down the line. Now, that's just a sample of what people were doing on the bridge. That continued all the way up to Treasure Island. And at Treasure Island, they actually were having people turn their cars around on Treasure Island and go back on the upper deck, the part that had collapsed, but on the San Francisco side of the collapse, and turn around and drive back into San Francisco. Now, as we got closer to the cave-in part of the Bay Bridge, there were, what you see again, there were cars that were abandoned. There were strips that had no one on it near Yerba Buena and Treasure Island. I might say that Navy sailors were recruited. There was a USS Gridley that just ported in Treasure Island, and all of the guys were volunteered, they said, and kind of laughed, to help on the Bay Bridge tonight, and they did a tremendous job on trying to help people off the bridge and to direct traffic. Some people tried to turn around and walk off the bridge or walk across to the East Bay side, but as you can see in these pictures here, this is the part that was caved in tonight. People could not get across to the East Bay side, even though they walked the entire length of the bridge hoping that they could. Now, the car you see is the car that fell from the top deck of the bridge to the bottom deck of the bridge. And the other car that you saw was the car that was on the lower deck and was caught by the falling span of the bridge that fell from up above. Now, as I say, there was an AC Transit bus driver that I hope that you will be able to hear sometime later tonight, who is being credited with being a hero. He stopped his bus loaded with 25, 30 passengers on it, he said. He felt like it was a tire had blown out on his bus, and he said it was just totally out of control. He's been driving since 1981. He said, I tried to remember everything they ever told me about driving a bus, and somehow he managed to bring his bus to a halt 8 or 9 feet before the hole in the bridge. His bus, all the passengers would have gone into the bay had he not been able to stop that bus just a few feet before the end of the bridge. Now, one of the Marines on his bus is credited with getting out and pulling the people that I told you about, the 4 people who were in those cars, the 2 cars you just saw, and who survived without really a scratch on them. Helped pull them out of their cars and then to start directing traffic and take care of people and helping with a panic situation. But there are so many heroes in this city and all across the Bay Area tonight, people who literally pulled together to try to help each other. Dennis,
Rita, I believe earlier we had a picture of that bus. You could see it, the shots that we took from the helicopter earlier, we could see that bus. And as you described, it was only 8 or 9 feet from the edge. And we could only surmise then that he saw the gaping hole and slammed on his brakes in what might have been a panic stop.
Actually, he did not see the hole. I mean, that's what, a matter of seconds is what we're talking about here. The bus driver said all he knew was that his bus was out of control. Passengers on that bus said they were literally rocking from side to side in the bus, and he said the bus was careening from lane to lane. Luckily, there was not much traffic on the Bay Bridge at that point going eastbound. I guess everybody was coming to Candlestick Park for the Bay Bridge World Series, and there weren't many people going eastbound right then. Miraculously, he did not hit any other cars, and he managed to bring his bus to a halt, as we say, just a few feet before the bridge. And then he said it sunk in as to, my God, the bridge has fallen right in front of me, and we literally were a few feet from dying here.
I think what you said earlier, we're going to be hearing a lot of stories about heroics during all of this in the next couple of days. Thanks very much, Rita, for that live report. That was Rita Williams reporting live from San Francisco. Randy Shandobil is back with us now, and he has an update on the situation at the Cypress structure. structure in Oakland. That's the structure that collapsed during the earthquake and where most of the people, well, the highest death toll in any one given area. We've been reporting 53 confirmed dead at this hour. Randy?
Well, really briefly, we just got off the phone with the Alameda County Office of Emergency Services. They are the Office of Emergency Services that is most directly involved with what's going on out there. And the news is very bad indeed. We had heard earlier, as Elaine was saying, that 53 had died. The Alameda County Office of Emergency Services is now saying that they have a body count of about 100. They expect that to double. 400 injuries. There are 36 deputies there, 36 emergency deputies there, 36 more are en route. Once again, so far, the Alameda County Office of Emergency Services says on that section of roadway that connects the Bay Bridge to the Nimitz Freeway, the lower deck, 100 dead so far. They expect that count to double, and there are about 400 injuries, and that's really all we have.
400 injuries just at the Cypress structure. You're not talking about any place else in the Bay Area.
Well, yes, just at the Cypress structure, but the offices of emergency services are overwhelmed themselves, and it seems to be quite chaotic there. As I was saying earlier, different offices were giving us different figures. We are giving you this figure because this is the office that is closest to what happened, and we are assuming that they know more than the others. And frankly, I'm hoping that they're wrong and hoping that it's much less than they are saying, but
when they're saying maybe 200 dead, now is that referring specifically again to the Cypress structure?
Specifically to that stretch of highway, just that spot alone.
Okay.
Thanks,
Randy. Now, of course, with the bridge shut down, virtually shut down, a lot of people were taking the ferry to get back to this side of the bay, from the West Bay to the East Bay. We talked with some of them who were in San Francisco when the earthquake struck, who had to take the ferry to get back over here. Let's see what they said when they got off of the ferry on this side.
What was it like in the city?
It's pretty bad, it really is. A lot of the older buildings are a lot of cracks and so on, a lot of glass on the streets.
Where were you working?
I work at 423 Washington Street right downtown. I was on BART getting ready to come out of the city when it happened. In fact, I was underground in the Montgomery station.
How'd you feel?
I felt very scared. I mean, because the pillars and all the support beams inside the station were all moving and everything else. It was very scary. Okay. People running everywhere.
Where were you working?
At One Market Plaza.
What floor?
4th.
How'd it feel?
I don't know. By the time I got out of the building, I jumped on the bus to the East Bay. I got trapped on the bridge when it collapsed.
You were on the bridge?
Yeah.
How close were you to the collapse?
100 feet.
What did it look like?
I don't know. There were a couple of cars trapped under the edge of the slab, and it seemed like the whole bottom had collapsed into the bay. So it looked scary, but I guess a lot of people running around. Okay. It was spooky for a while.
What was it like in the city?
Horrendous. It was awful.
Where were you working?
Neiman Marcus on the 4th floor, and there was glass everywhere, and it was really frightening. I don't want to go through it again.
Never.
How was it for you?
It was awful. Well, I work in gift galleries, and we have a lot of crystal, and it was falling off the shelves and breaking, and everything was falling, and there was no place to run. No, nowhere. We all work in Neiman Marcus.
Remember, in times like this, that God is in control, and you'll be all right.
Yeah. And
how was it for you?
Horrible. It was scary, but I trust in the Lord, and I knew I was going to be all right. But we got to the terminal, and they said the bridge had collapsed. Did it really collapse?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord. All I was worried about was my daughter. She works at I.Magnin, and all the windows were gone in that store. We work for Neiman Marcus.
Okay, now, as we've been telling you all evening, the epicenter of this very powerful earthquake, 7.0 on the Richter scale, is somewhere between Santa Cruz and San Jose. So you would expect there would be some special problems down there. Pacific Bell spokesman have asked us not to call the Ben Lomond or Boulder Creek areas of Santa Cruz County tonight. That, of course, is where the epicenter was. The company says it didn't suffer any major structural damage, but that the heavy calling of people in that area is going to cause problems. And what's happening is there's no damage, but so many people are calling, you can't even get a dial tone for 1 or 2 hours. So they say, unless it's an emergency, don't call down there. Now, there is one report now of one death in Monterey County. That's in the city of Moss Landing. North County Fire Department is now reporting that a water tank knocked over by the earthquake fell and killed an elderly man. That is the only fatality that we have reported right now in Monterey County. Some good news in Contra Costa County tonight. No fires, no major damage, and the good news is no one was killed there.
That is good news. We want to say a couple of updates right now. PG&E is asking its customers to turn off any appliances that they do not absolutely need to help them restore power. And of course, you're being asked to please stay off the telephone and do not make any unnecessary calls. We have just spoken also with several Bay Area hospitals, including 2 trauma centers here in the East Bay. Eden Hospital in Castro Valley says about 25 victims from today's quake are being treated there, and fortunately, there have been no fatalities to report from that hospital. Eden Hospital is coordinating ambulances for all of Alameda County right now. John Muir Hospital in Walnut Creek says it has treated 2 quake-related injuries. One of those patients was released. Oakland's Providence Hospital is extremely busy tonight, treating more than 70 earthquake victims. Those injuries range from minor lacerations to severe head, back, and eye injuries. Those patients are in critical condition at this hour. 7 are described as serious trauma patients. Highland is without normal power, operating on emergency generators. Some say it looks like a MASH unit is operating there in the parking lot. The other hospitals report that they are fully operational and fully staffed. Some say the quake happened during a major shift change, and that helped quite a bit. We haven't talked at all yet about Candlestick Park, and of course that was going to be the big story tonight. The 3rd game of the World Series. Well, at Candlestick Park today, everyone was in place. The players were on the field, and of course the earthquake hit at 5:04. Many of the people in the stands at first thought it was funny, a normal earthquake that we have. It rolls a little and jolts a little, and that's it. Well, then they realized how serious it was. Some people say that there was one section that actually opened up about 6 inches, and they could see the parking lot. There was a report that 8 to 10-inch cracks were reported throughout the upper deck section of the ballpark. Extensive damage to section 51, if you're familiar with Candlestick. Then outside the ballpark, fans from another section, 53, were holding up big pieces of concrete from the stairway that had broken apart. As soon as everyone realized what had happened, there was no panic, and they slowly walked out of Candlestick. The players went to the middle of the field. There was no power at all, and nobody could use a microphone to tell anyone what was going on. Of course, the players were concerned about their families and what was happening, and everyone in the stands were equally concerned. And but there was no panic. Everyone just walked out, and it was smooth in that respect. But there has been damage to Candlestick, and that hasn't been fully realized yet, I don't think.
Well, there are very few parts of the Bay Area that did not escape damage. Earlier, there was a big fire in the city of Berkeley at an auto body shop. This was brought in to us initially by 2 UC Berkeley students who grabbed their VCRs as soon as the earthquake hit, and they were driving down the street. Matter of fact, one of the fellows told us that he was videotaping as he was driving, not in this shot here, but he said he was videotaping as he was driving, using his viewfinder to see where he was going and to videotape the fire at the same time. We've had several people come down and bring us home video of situations that they captured. From what we know so far, we haven't heard anything about any major injuries or fatalities in this. This is, again, is an auto body shop in the city of Berkeley. And we hope we won't find out later that we were wrong in that. But right now, we don't believe there were any major injuries or fatalities in this situation.
According to PG&E, San Francisco and the peninsula is mostly without power tonight. About 1 million customers without power. All PG&E crews are being asked to report to their service yard and to help out in the situation. And San Francisco, of course, are asking all as many San Francisco rescue personnel to report to the scene. And within 2 days, Caltrans predicts that they will have the Bay Bridge opened. But you saw the extent of the damage there, and as Dennis and I have been bringing you that information throughout the evening, it may not be taken care of in 2 days. We won't know yet, but Caltrans says they're going to try to put up a temporary steel girder where you saw the collapse, the top part of the Bay Bridge collapse onto the bottom part, and they're going to try to put a temporary steel girder to make cars pass. They think they'll be able to do that in 2 days, and we don't know at this point if that will actually occur. Dennis?
Okay, quick note from BART. We're told now that the only line running on the BART system is from Oakland to Concord. The rest of the BART system is shut down tonight. We don't know if it's because of loss of power. I would imagine it's because they want to check the line very carefully, check all the lines very carefully for any sign of any structural damage, and possibly, and I'm just guessing here because we don't know for sure, I'm just guessing now that the only line that they've checked thoroughly is the Oakland-Concord line, regardless of what the reason. That is the only line that's open tonight. So if you're looking for BART to travel either Trans-Bay or anywhere else in the system, you can just about cross that option off. The only BART service right now is Oakland-Concord. Let's recap this for you very quickly. Now, we've been telling you about this powerful earthquake. Elaine, tell us about Dr. Robert Urhammer, I believe we're going to talk about.
Right, we have an interview with Dr. Robert Urhammer. He's at UC Berkeley. Of course, that's where everyone calls to find out what's happened. They say the earthquake measured 7.0 on the Richter scale. It was along the San Andreas Fault, the epicenter about 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz. And here's what he had to say about that earthquake.
The earthquake occurred along the San Andreas Fault system in the Santa Cruz Mountains, about 10 miles northeast of Santa Cruz and 20 miles south of San Jose. The Berkeley magnitude is 7 on the Richter scale. There have also been a number of aftershocks, one of which is about magnitude 5 on the Richter scale.
Those aftershocks hit, as I recall, they're about 10 minutes apart.
So the biggest one was about a half hour.
And that was how big?
Approximately magnitude 5. We have not had time to go through and determine the magnitude of all of the aftershocks that we've been recording in the last few hours here. The aftershocks are scattering over about a 30-mile range of the San Andreas Fault system, roughly north and south of Lake Elsman, where the earthquakes, 2 magnitude 5 earthquakes occurred in the last couple of years in that area.
This earthquake, is this, people are going to say, is this the big one? Is this the area of the San Andreas that might have expected that?
It's a major earthquake, and it's one of the two areas in the Bay, two fault segments in the Bay Area where the potential is very high for an earthquake in the magnitude 7 range. The first one was the one where the earthquake occurred this evening, and the second one is the northern segment of the Hayward Fault Zone here in the East Bay.
We were getting reports of major damage in Hollister. How does one explain that given the epicenter we're talking about?
Well, when you have an earthquake at the magnitude 7 level, or anything over about 6.5, you'll get widespread damage over easily a radius of 50 miles. And Hollister is less than 50 miles away from the Santa Cruz Mountain epicentral region.
Well, in terms of the iffy science of prediction, were you getting, I know you monitor the daily operations of the lab, UC Seismology Lab. Were you getting any indications? Was there any hint of anything like this coming?
No, there's no way that we have, by monitoring just local seismicity in an area, of predicting the occurrence of very large earthquakes like the one that occurred today.
And looking to the future, how are we on predicting in terms of aftershocks? Obviously, we can expect many, I suppose.
Typically, when you have a magnitude 7, you're going to have numerous aftershocks. We could easily get over 100 aftershocks of magnitude 2.5 and larger. And several of those aftershocks will be over magnitude 4 within the next few days.
In terms of what kind of power those aftershocks of 4 and about buildings, structures, the Bay Bridge, for example, things already weakened, are these powerful?
It would be unlikely that a magnitude 4 would do any further damage. They would be felt over the area of the South Bay, but they would not necessarily be felt, say, 50 miles away.
The last time we had an earthquake that made big news, I can't remember the exact date, but there was an advisory issued that percentage chance of strong earthquake in the next 3-4 days was good.
Well, it was actually very low. It was, like 2% or 3%, so the probability was 95 to 97% that it would not occur.
And that would apply now? In other words, we're sort of starting from zero again?
Yes, each time you have a big main shock, you do get aftershocks. The most probable thing is that a big aftershock, if it's going to occur, will occur very soon in time after the main shock, and we have seen one at approximately magnitude 5 about a half hour after the main shock. And it's not very likely that we would have other large aftershocks of that size or larger in the next few days, but it's not impossible for that to occur.
Okay. Anything else we should know about? Obviously, we're all just people are jittery, and
just be aware that you will probably feel a few of the aftershocks over a period of the next few days.
And at this point, what does this do in the long term? Several people around this newsroom have said, if this wasn't the big one, I don't want to be here when it hits. What do you tell them?
Well, the main difference between these large earthquakes is that any earthquake over magnitude, when you get to magnitude 6.5 on the Richter scale, you reach a point at which you get the maximum amount of damage per square mile to ordinary structures. The only real difference between a 6.5 and a 7.5 and an 8.5 is that the number of square miles damaged goes up, but the amount of damage per square mile remains roughly constant. The reason for that's very simple. A magnitude 6.5 earthquake is caused by rupture of a fault like the San Andreas over a span of maybe 10 or 15 miles. A magnitude 7 will be caused by a rupture of the same fault, but instead of going only 10 or 15 miles along the fault, it might do 30 or 40 miles along the fault or more, 30, 40, 50 miles. And a magnitude 8.5 could do 200 plus miles along the same fault. And so the part of the ground shaking that really does damage to structures is due to the local proximity of the fault, the close-in rupture of the fault, and not the rupture that's 100 miles down the range. And so the end point is that anything over 6.5, at 6.5 and larger, you maximum out on the amount of ground shaking that you get and the damage you get to ordinary structures.
So just to recap, you're at putting it at a 7 at the moment,
Right,
and
that's correct.
will that stand a good chance of being revised in the days and weeks to come?
Well, it'll be revised when we get all the instrumental records in for it. But the best records that we have available to us at the current time indicate magnitude 7.
Dr. Robert Urhammer, UC Seismology Lab, thank you very much for calling.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
And just a reminder, President Bush was immediately advised of the situation out here in the Bay Area of the earthquake, and he immediately dispatched an Air Force plane to Frankfurt, Germany to pick up Governor Duke Majan. That's where he was at the time the earthquake hit. And when the earthquake hit in the newsroom, I have to say, I have never experienced one that a quake knocks you off your feet. I was knocked against some cabinets, and a cameraman actually tackled me to the ground because things were just falling out of cabinets and tapes were falling down.
And cabinets were falling over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dennis, you were on the second floor, right?
I was on the second floor buying a candy bar. And the building started, when it started shaking, I said, oh, another earthquake. And then my feet almost came out from under me. You know, we've all been through this before, but, you know, and for a moment I thought, this is it. You know, I started looking around. I totally expected the building to just come straight down, and that was it. I ended up holding on to the candy machine.
Which wound up 3 feet from where it started.
Yeah. Oh, we both danced across the floor.
It was in the newsroom. It was interesting. You won't find a cooler, perhaps in a way more cynical group than news people. News people have seen it all. Weather people haven't, and I was absolutely petrified holding on to my area, and I was watching the news people, the journalists, and various expressions across the face. None of them panic, I noticed, though. I was the only one.
We don't have time to panic.
You don't have time to panic. You were already starting to, I was going to say starting to write. The fact is that our anchors tonight have been speaking extemporaneously from notes for several hours now, a feat that, if you stop and think about it, is almost incredible. You know, one element that could have made this tragic day even worse would have been foul weather. Rain, for example, would have made the rescue efforts much more difficult. Thankfully, it was a nice day. It was a warm day and a sunny day. And tonight around the greater Bay Area, there's still that 3 or 4 day old full moon out there. The barometer's 30 hundredths inches of mercury. It's holding
holding steady. The temperature is still 67 degrees. That should give you a clue of what we're in for tomorrow. Just a quick look from the satellite picture. That frontal system is still heading for the north. Chance of showers up in Crescent City toward the end of the week. The high pressure will not let the rain in to the Bay Area, likely, in the near future. So when we wake up tomorrow morning, it'll be to a clear sky, a possible patch of fog here and there. Mostly clear, however, mid-40s and 50s. And later on, sunny and warm to hot. We're looking for mid-60s, mid-70s right along the coast in the inner bay, up to around 90 in the inland areas. And looking down the 5-day, which we do not have a graphic on, it looks like sunny afternoons and maybe just a little patchy morning fog. But the one tiny thing, perhaps, that we could be thankful for on this day was that we had good weather.
Mm-hmm. Some people were saying it even felt a little strange, the weather today. Maybe it's because after the fact, you know, people talk about earthquake weather.
If it's raining and there's an earthquake, that is earthquake weather. If it's snowing and there's an earthquake,
it's earthquake weather.
Earthquake weather.
That's right.
If it's sunny, so there was earthquake weather.
It was interesting when the earthquake started today. I remember sitting at my desk and I said to the person that sits next to me, I said, "Do you feel this?" And she, "Well, I don't know." And then it was just all of a sudden it just broke out from the usual rocking and rolling of our earthquake and just started violently shaking.
And everybody had their own areas of concern. Our news director, Fred Zender, the first words out of his mouth once he realized we were in a serious earthquake was, "My anchors." He was very concerned about you two.
Okay, thanks, Patrick.
Right now, we'll take a look at some damage from the Danville area. We haven't had many reports from the Danville area, and we're hoping that the damage is confined to stores like Costco, where I mean, it is just literally bottles and debris on the floor. That we haven't heard any information of fatalities. We haven't had any information of injuries. So we are hoping at this point that this is the extent of it. It's certainly a mess and very costly, and you don't want this to happen to your store, but if bottles falling on the floor is the worst of it, well, then you can be thankful. This is from the Danville area, Costco. And again, all through the evening, we haven't had any reports of major damage there, nor have we had any major reports from Marin County. We were talking to San Jose Mayor Tom McHenry earlier, and he said they got lucky too. Because there have been 8 deaths reported in Santa Cruz County, and of course the Office of Emergency Services are estimating maybe it's possible is 200 people may be dead in at the Cypress structure in Oakland. So not good news in those areas.
Okay, obviously there's no sports report. We'll tell you about the situation of the World Series in just a bit in reference to both Candlestick Park and the Oakland Coliseum. That in just a minute. Let's go down to Lloyd LaCuesta. He's down in Los Gatos, which is very near the epicenter of this quake. Lloyd, what do you have for us?
That's right, Dennis. When that quake struck, I basically jumped in my car, and my mission was to try and get as close as possible to the epicenter. I've gotten to Los Gatos, and that's as far as I've gotten, as far as many of the other people here. This is sort of the command center for the Los Gatos city officials. Los Gatos has took some damage, not as bad as up in the San Francisco-Oakland area. If we can roll some tape, we have some video of some of the damage here in the city of Los Gatos. You can see there some broken glass. There's some old buildings that are made of brick that basically have crumbled. There are some people that were in those buildings. Fortunately, there have been no major injuries. There have been few injuries in Los Gatos. There have been some houses that have buckled off their foundations. There are some cracks in the road. There are some fire hydrants that have started spewing their water out. And we also have just been told now that there has been some looting going on in the city of Los Gatos. There is no power in many parts of this town. Police cars are patrolling up and down the street to make sure that try and protect some of the businesses here. Now, as you know, Los Gatos is at the southern end of the Santa Clara Valley. It is Highway 17 leading up to the Santa Cruz Mountains into Santa Cruz. Well, that is closed right now. It is only open to residents who live up in that area. We are not sure exactly what the extent of damage is in Santa Cruz, but we are told that there have been some fatalities. As you have been mentioning, 8 people have been killed there. The Pacific Garden Mall, which is in downtown Santa Cruz, some of the old buildings there have collapsed. And if we can come back now, the police chief Chief, this is the police chief from Los Gatos. Chief, it looks like your town may have gotten away pretty lucky, although you're very close to the epicenter.
Well, we've had fairly extensive damage, but so far we have no reports of any fatalities. We've had several dozen people injured with broken bones and major cuts and abrasions, but we are fairly lucky so far, we think.
Your people have been up into the mountains up there in the hills where Highway 17 has been shut off. What is it like up there?
Well, actually, my people have not been up there. We've been working with the Highway Patrol and the Sheriff's Department. I understand that the Highway 17 from Lark Avenue in Los Gatos South is pretty well broken up, major uproots in the roadway, and the damage is pretty extensive, but none of the overpasses are down that we're aware of. There has been some damage to the overpasses, though.
Your advice to people in your city and up in the hills up there, what should they do tonight?
Well, tonight they cannot go southbound on 17, so we have set up a evacuation center at Los Gatos High School at the football field, and our personnel, along with the Red Cross, are coordinating that, so there is shelter being made available to those people.
Thank you. Chief Larry Cott of the city of Los Gatos. Let me also say that I've talked to some person who came down off of Highway 17, somehow was able to make his way down. He said there are cracks in the highway big enough to put your arm in. There are boulders, huge boulders in the road. Trees have come down. There are reports of some fires up there because power lines came up. Remember, this is a very mountainous area. There are probably some people up there now in the dark without any power, without any type of way to keep warm tonight. Stay put. Tomorrow, hopefully someone will get up to you if you're up there and you're watching some kind of battery type of television. We were also told that for a while the city of Capitola, there were plans to evacuate the city of Capitola. That's right on the beach because they were afraid of some kind of tidal wave, and perhaps the earthquake might have caused some kind of ripple. We have not heard that happening. We are going to try later on tonight to try and get to Santa Cruz, which we understand is very hard hit from the earthquake. Dennis and Elaine?
Lloyd, give us your impression of how difficult it was for you to get from your home down to Los Gatos. So that's, I imagine, went down 680 from...
Well, Dennis, I wasn't at home. I happened to be in the station doing a story when that happened and when it struck. And we immediately felt that thought that the epicenter was down in Hollister. We've heard that there is extensive damage down in Hollister, but it turns out it is down here in Santa Cruz. It took me roughly about an hour and a half to get down there. The traffic wasn't that bad until we got to Los Gatos, and then there were just people just stranded waiting. In fact, I think we have some videotape of some people trying to get back to Santa Cruz and worried about their loved ones back there. So we can roll that tape of a young lady who was waiting.
What stuck. I was at San Jose State when the earthquake hit on the 6th floor of Clark Library.
How did it feel?
Scary. It was very scary.
Can you describe it?
Just, it kept shaking. We really thought this was it. And the building shook for several minutes afterwards. Then we went down the stairs and they said, everybody get out of the building. Teacher canceled class, obviously. And we all tried to get home, but we couldn't.
At this point in time, it appears that we're stabilizing. We don't have any reports of fatalities at this point in time. There are some injuries. Utility lines have been disrupted, and there has been major damage to buildings. But taking into consideration a bad experience, we are stabilizing, and things could be much worse.
Things could be much worse. I mean, that's the way the story from the South Bay. It is not as bad as San Francisco and Oakland. There is some damage here. There are a lot of people with rattled nerves and a lot of people trying to get home to the Santa Cruz Mountains, not knowing what has happened to their homes or their families up there in the hills. Dennis, Elaine?
That's what I wanted to ask you about, Lloyd. Is there gridlock right now on the roads? Because we know you're beset with a lot of road closures down that way.
What the CHP is doing, Elaine, they are allowing people who have proper identification to get up to as high as the summit road, which is the ridge along the top of the mountain. If you have proper identification that shows you live up there, they'll let you up there. However, other people, we have seen people out here who are just sort of waiting, sitting, not knowing what to do. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people here tonight just waiting to see when they can finally get home.
How many people would you estimate are out there right now?
Dennis and Elaine, I'm sorry, I have lost communication with you, so I will sign off from now. This is Lloyd LaQuesta in Los Gatos, and we will try to have an update later on.
Okay, little mini problem in his gear. Now, I was going to tell you just before we went to Lloyd about the situation with the World Series. Many of you know by now, of course, the World Series has been put on hold because, as Elaine explained to you earlier, there has been structural damage to Candlestick Park. In one section, section 51, I believe she said it was, sections of the facade there fell out large enough for you to see through and actually look from inside the stadium through the superstructure out into the parking lot. So that will, of course, have to be very, very thoroughly inspected before the Commissioner of Baseball allows the World Series to continue there. Now, also over on the other side of the bay, in the East Bay, we're talking about what you're looking at now is the Coliseum Arena, which is, of course, adjacent to the Coliseum Stadium, where the first two games of this World Series was played. Now, there was some broken windows in this structure, and you get broken windows by the twisting, turning, and jolting action that an earthquake places on the structure of a building. Just because you don't see anything visibly, if you see those broken windows, you know there could be some structural damage somewhere within. Now, this structure will have to be examined very carefully. The Coliseum Stadium will have to be examined very carefully. And then the Commissioner of Baseball will elicit a report from some structural engineers to find out if the first Bay Bridge World Series ever will be able to continue. It's kind of ironic. Both of the stadiums where this World Series was supposed to take place and the Bay Bridge that we've discussed it, that we've practically named it, were all three damaged in this earthquake. So we will, of course, keep you up to date on that situation as soon as we find out whether or not there will, in fact, be any more than 2 games that have already been played here in the Bay Area in the 1989 World Series.
You know, it's interesting. At 5:04, when the earthquake hit, KTVU was knocked off the air, and we were off the air for about an hour and a half. And when Dennis and I came back on somewhere around 6:30, we were on emergency generators. We were outside in our parking lot outside of KTVU. And at that time, the first report we got of deaths, and we were saying it was unconfirmed, and we kept repeating unconfirmed because it seemed like such a large number even then. At 6:30 was 14 deaths. Now we're getting unconfirmed reports that maybe as many as 200 people are dead, and just at the Cypress structure alone in Oakland. And we know that there's been at least 6 deaths at 6th and Townsend when a brick wall collapsed and people were trapped there. This, of course, is the Cypress structure where so many people have 100 people have been confirmed dead by the Office of Emergency Services, and then now they're saying maybe as many as 200 may be dead. 8 now have been reported dead in Santa Cruz. A wall collapsed at a department store. So we're getting reports of deaths around the Bay Area, and we hope not to be able to keep bringing you more, but the way things are going tonight, it's impossible to know at this hour how many people were actually killed today by that 7.0 earthquake. Let's update right now all of the roads and the schools, the ones that are open and closed. You can just about guess that all the schools will be closed, but the roads that are open right now, the Golden Gate Bridge, that's been open all day. The San Mateo Bridge was closed earlier. It's open now. The Dumbarton Bridge is open and has been all day. Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, Carquinez Bridge, these are all open. But if you don't have to be out on the road, please do not drive. Benicia Bridge is open. Highway 101 southbound is open. Highway 880 southbound through San Leandro. These are all open. Highway 580 east through Oakland to Castro Valley, and Highway 80 to Sacramento. Again, all of these roads are open. UC Berkeley is one of the few schools that will be open. Mount Diablo Unified Schools, Concord and the surrounding communities, we're getting a report right now that they will be open. Possibly that will change, but at this moment we're hearing that those schools will be open tomorrow. The Bay Bridge, of course, is closed down. Caltrans says it will try to reopen in about 2 days. Perhaps that's optimistic. We don't know yet. BART is closed, and they are optimistic about tomorrow, but right now they're having power problems. Highway 101 northbound at Candlestick to 3rd Street is closed. 6th and Townsend, where we reported 6 deaths. Of course, that area is closed in San Francisco. Also closed Highway 280 at 85 in the South Bay in both directions. Highway 17 south of Los Gatos is closed. We heard Lloyd talking about that a little while ago. Presidio entrances to the Golden Gate Bridge, these are also closed. Highway 1 at Moss Landing is closed. 129 near Green Valley. 152 at Heckler Pass. Highway 7 17 and 9, all mountain passes. You can see how devastating this 7.0 earthquake was and the aftershocks we had today. Hayward State University is closed tomorrow. Oakland's closed. San Francisco schools are closed. Palo Alto schools are closed. And Acalana Unified School District, those are closed. San Francisco State University closed as well, along with Fremont Union High, Sunnyvale Elementary, San Jose schools, Berkeley, all of these schools are closed. San Jose State University is closed, Los Gatos Elementary, Lawrence Academy in San Jose, all Catholic schools and all Piedmont schools. And beginning at 6 a.m. tomorrow, if you want to get from Jack London Square to San Francisco or back from San Francisco to Jack London Square, the red and white fleets are running free ferry services for you. So please check into that.
Okay, let's take one last look at the reason for the ferry services. That's because of the huge chunk was taken out of the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge by that earthquake that struck at 5:04. The upper level collapsed onto the lower level. The lower level, of course, runs from west to east. So the cars on the lower level were just trapped in the eastbound direction. Many people just abandoned their cars and got off the bridge. Many people were on buses. They were told to walk back off the bridge, but unfortunately many people abandoned their cars and left them there too before the highway patrol could come on and urge people to stay with their cars, get them to turn around and head back off the bridge. Now, as bad as this looks, we're told that no fatalities occurred here. 4 people were trapped in 2 cars, and some people on some of the buses were able to slide down this ramp and pull those people out. Matter of fact, they didn't even suffer major injuries. That is the fortunate news there. The unfortunate news is I've just been handed a piece of wire copy that says 100 people are confirmed dead in the collapse of that section of the Cypress Freeway in Oakland, 880 extension between Grand Avenue and the approach to this bridge you're looking at now in the East Bay. We're told that 100 people are confirmed dead, at least 100, and what they're telling us now is very disheartening. They're saying anywhere from 200 to 600, from 200 to 600 people are trapped or dead in the collapse of that structure. What you're looking at now is night video of, it's taken just a little while ago, of the collapsed section of that bridge.
So this is the first time we're hearing now maybe 600.
From 200 to 600 is what we're just happening. I was just handed. But again, of course, in a situation like this, anything could change.
The numbers keep changing all evening long.
The numbers keep changing. We're hoping, we have our fingers crossed that it won't reach 600, but as we said when we first reported it, we were very hesitant in reporting that 14 people were killed. We know now that they're telling us that that number is at least 100. We don't
just at the Cypress structure.
Just at the Cypress, and they're telling us now from 200 to 600 people may have lost their lives in that section.
Faith Fancher is at the Cypress structure right now, where there is a rescue in progress. Faith, what can you tell us?
Yes, believe it or not, hours after this earthquake is over, there are 2 children that are being rescued right now, right behind me. They will not let us get any closer to this. We are at West Grand and Cypress right now. This is where the command center is set up. And they have still been trying to walk through to determine if any people were still alive in these cars in some sections. Other sections, they say they have are sure that nobody else is left alive. But right now, they have 2 children who are trapped inside of the car. A lieutenant from the Oakland Police Department told me that their parents are dead, but the 2 children are still alive. They don't know how badly they are injured, but they're in the process of rescuing them right now. Just a half hour ago, just a block down, another child was pulled out alive. So there are still dramatic rescues going on right now, right here. Let me give you some idea of the span of all of this. The Oakland Police Department are blocking off right now 1 block on either side, from Campbell on the west to Poplar on the east, and from 32nd Street all the way down to 14th Street, completely blocking off this section. They are very worried that another aftershock could bring this whole structure tumbling right down to the ground. They told us just as soon as we finish our live shot, they would move us back again. But the biggest fear right now is that an aftershock could send this whole shaky structure tumbling down. That's the latest from here. Dennis, Elaine?
Faith, do they have any idea how many more people may be needing help? Faith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Elaine. It is very difficult to say. When we were at one section further up at 24th and Cypress, we were told by the CHP that they had concluded there because they figured nobody else was still alive. They had looked in all the cars that they could get to. The others were squashed flat, and they thought that there were no survivors. At other sections, they are still searching. Nobody has any idea. One of the officers I talked to said there are van pools missing. There could be, you know, several hundred cars. It was rush hour. They don't have any idea of the magnitude of this at this point. They're just trying to continue to rescue those that they find and trying to set up a command post here. They're going to be working throughout the night, and they're trying to bring in very heavy equipment so by the light of day they can start moving some of these concrete slabs that weigh tons upon tons.
Okay, Faith, thank you. It's Faith Thatcher is reporting from the hardest hit area in Oakland. That was the Cypress superstructure. Now, with the Bay Bridge, with the big chunk taken out of that, the only two ways out of San Francisco now, other than by ferry, would either be across, well, straight down the peninsula, across the San Mateo Bridge, or across the Golden Gate Bridge. Let's go now to Brian Banmiller, who's standing by live at the Golden Gate Bridge to give us an idea of what the situation is like there. Brian.
Dennis and Elaine, you're right. One of the only ways to get around here is to cross the Golden Gate Bridge. Cameraman Don McQuaig and I crossed the Golden Gate Bridge a little earlier. It was an eerie sight crossing the bridge looking into the city where normally we're so used to the spectacular lights of San Francisco, and obviously we can't shoot it because there's no lights in San Francisco. It's an eerie feeling, and after we crossed the bridge, we headed down to the Marina District to take a look at what was happening down there. And it was also an eerie sight to see people walking up and down the street where they just, the buses were stopped. As you can see, we're rolling on video here. The buses were stopped, and here you see water mains broken. In fact, the water was openly out on the street, and there was no water coming out of fire plugs. One of the people in the fire department told us that it was one of the first times ever they were actually fighting that fire from water that they pumped straight out of the bag. They weren't using these fire plugs because obviously they weren't working. And the water was all throughout the street. You can see it's still bubbling here. And again, one of the fire people told us that they were pumping water out of the bag. And I can't remember when that's been done before. This is some of the devastation in the marina. As you can see, Dennis and Elaine, it's far worse than I expected when I drove in here. Substantial damage to the apartments in the Marina District. Of course, you could smell gas everywhere as the fire department and the police department had evacuated this whole section of San Francisco. And it's just been a very eerie scene watching people walking up and down the streets. You can see some more damage here, buckling in the streets. And it was, talking with one of the fire people, one of the fire captains, he told me that in all the years that he's been fighting fires in San Francisco, he's never seen anything like this. There was one building that we saw that was a 3-story building that became a 2-story building. And it's just devastation here. Back to you, Dennis and Elaine.
Okay, we have just been handed this ominous note. We just heard from Donald Hanley of the Alameda County Coroner's Office, who said that his office has limited capacity for storage. He says he's trying to contact U.S. Cold Storage Company on Market Street in Oakland. Since it's after hours, of course, no one is answering. Mr. Hanley says he does not have a confirmed death toll from the Cypress structure. Other sources have said there are 100 deaths and so on. Once again, Donald Hanley of the Alameda County Coroner's Office would like to hear from anyone who may be watching this broadcast from the U.S. Cold Storage Company on Market Street in Oakland. That's because he has run out of room to store the bodies of the people who were killed in that the collapse of the Cypress structure. So if anyone is watching from U.S. Cold Storage Company on Market Street in Oakland, please give the Alameda County Coroner's Office a call right away. We need your help there. Elaine?
Okay, we have a couple of people joining us in a few minutes, but first, before we have some people who actually they were on the bridge at the moment the earthquake struck, and they have brought their home video with us, and we'll be getting to them in just a second. But first, John Fowler is here, and you have reports of amazing heroics today.
That's exactly right. All evening long, I've been out at the Cypress structure where the Fire and police and paramedics have been working at this enormous tragedy. And what we've been able to see is a story more of heroism and volunteerism. It's something that is absolutely remarkable. There are dozens, perhaps hundreds of people who have come out of their own volition to look for victims, survivors in this terrible tragedy. Take a look at this tonight. There were dozens of people climbing in and out of this distressed structure, these tons of concrete which are hanging sometimes just by threads. There have been remarkable rescues. There was one man who came from the Impossible Excavating Company, believe it or not. He said that one of his operators had left their business just about 3 blocks from the freeway, just a few minutes before the earthquake struck, and they were convinced that that man was somewhere in this tons of rubble where these 2 freeways had collapsed together. There are perhaps 100 automobiles underneath here. You can see here they're taking down some of the equipment which they have hoisted up here and tried to squeeze apart these twisted automobiles, some of them no larger than 18 inches high. It is just absolutely devastating inside there. The people who are crawling around in there say that they're coming up against gasoline and oil and a very dangerous situation, which is much like a cave inside between there. And of course, there's no guarantee that that will not move and shift and crush them too. We talked to a couple of people who had been involved in this remarkable rescue of a 55-year-old man, a Yugoslavian, who was trapped in his Nissan that had been crushed literally right down to the engine block. He was trapped beneath it, but miraculously was not himself severely injured. They did pull him out, and he had a smile on his face. He was saying to everyone that he was lucky and glad to be alive, that all around him was death. There were a number of automobiles in that same section. The superstructure just fell by section and section and section on down. Something over a mile of concrete collapsed on cars here. Words fail to express just the kind of devastation you can see there. The videotape doesn't give it justice either. There's an awful lot of heroics, as I said. People are absolutely abandoning their own lives and any care for their own safety. One man we saw climbed up literally one of those broken stanchions you see there behind that firefighter. He climbed up it with the spelunking gear that he had used because he was a cave climber. And in fact, heard some cries from 2 children. I think those may have been the same 2 that Faith was describing earlier. Firefighters and rescue people say that they have gone over nearly every inch of this mile of collapsed freeway, and they don't think that there are many more people left in there. As we said a few minutes ago, perhaps 200 or more people may have lost their lives in this enormous tragedy. These are huge pieces of concrete that fell down. We were told by one eyewitness who said that in a vehicle near his, there were 8 University of California students. The piece of concrete crashed on top of the van, killed 4 people on one side, and left the other 4 only barely injured. It was a remarkable evening out there. There is just so much tension, there is so much power, not only from nature, but also from these people who are giving so much of themselves. It is a really amazing story.
And it's going to continue all night
Certainly,
long,
yes.
and
We'll
maybe
have
the
more
next
tomorrow,
72
too.
hours, I'm sure.
bet.
All right, thanks very much, John. Dennis, you have someone with us?
Yes, we have a guest just joined us in the studio a while ago. Her name is Alnisa from, she's with a video company, a TV company. She and her crew were on the bridge as it collapsed.
Yes.
And we have some videotape. If we do, let's just show it right now. And perhaps you can tell us
what you're seeing right now.
Tell us what you're seeing now. What happened
We
here?
were about 20 cars away from the incident, and we thought our limousine was on flat. It started shaking from side to side, and then all of a sudden I realized that it was an earthquake. And I didn't realize we were so close to the collapsing of the bridge, and all of a sudden we saw that the bridge had collapsed right before us. And we were very nervous, but Jonathan Creighton and Kermit Smith, they were with me. We decided to get out of the car, and Kermit Smith said, "We have the cameras, why don't we videotape this?" So they immediately went over to the cars, you see right there, they start videotaping. 2 cars fell into this bridge, and they almost went down into the water. But this gentleman, he was very heroic. He jumped out and he pulled the passengers out of the car. And it was kind of unbelievable. We couldn't believe he was doing it. I mean, he actually pulled all these people out.
So what we're looking at here, this is the upper, that's the portion of the upper deck that has come down.
Yes.
Okay.
And these are the 2 cars that were right before us that fell into the bridge when it happened. We were like 20 cars back, so we weren't, you know, quite that close.
And what about the injuries? Did you see anyone?
Well, it was very ironic that none of the people in these 2 cars that fell down was hurt. They weren't injured. And the people all jumped out of their cars and they started running. Everybody was very hysterical. They just left their cars and started running toward Treasure Island. And so we, you know, continued to videotape. Of course, we were very nervous and upset. We couldn't believe it had happened right before our eyes. But no one really got hurt right there.
That is amazing right there.
It was very
Wasn't
amazing.
the immediate fear that, I imagine that's why many people started running, is because there might be another
aftershock,
or that the whole structure would come down any second?
We thought the whole structure would come down, and so everyone started running off the bridge. And we decided to sort of stay because some people didn't get out of their car. Like older people were still stuck in their cars. They were like in shock. So we sort of stayed on the bridge and sort of watched to make sure everybody was coming off, because we didn't have any help for like hours. No one came, so it was really kind of shocking.
You didn't actually see the collapse, or did you?
Yeah,
actually,
we actually saw the collapse.
It coming down.
Yes, we saw it coming down.
And at that moment, what went through your mind at that moment?
Well, I was hoping and praying that we wouldn't get hurt. We could all get off alive. And everyone did get off the bridge alive.
Well, did you at any moment think that when you saw that coming down, that this is it, this bridge, this entire bridge is going down?
I thought the whole bridge was going to collapse. I really did. But after we started leaving off the bridge and it sort of calmed down, we came back. So we came back and stayed.
But you were saying it was mass panic, people just screaming?
Everybody left the cars, yes, except a few older people that couldn't get out. They were just too shocked. So we sort of stayed there to kind of help because there were a lot of hysterical people there. I think 2 or 3 cars had accidents, too. But no one was really hurt. I just couldn't believe they didn't get hurt. It was really ironic.
What did you actually feel inside your car on the bridge? And some people reported their cars swaying from one lane to the other, and others said they didn't feel it that much.
Oh, we definitely felt it. I was in a limousine. We had a lot of equipment in the limousine, and the complete limousine was going from side to side. It was really, really shocking. And we didn't know what was happening. We thought all the tires were going on a flat at the same time, and then I realized it was an earthquake. You could tell by the way the bridge started swaying that it was an earthquake.
And at that point, that's when all the accidents happened?
It was about 2 or 3 accidents, but no one got hurt.
How did you eventually get off the bridge?
Well, we stayed out there, it seemed like maybe 4 hours, and we didn't get any help. No one came. It started getting dark, and we were sort of getting kind of frantic on what was going to happen next, because all the cars were going toward the Oakland side, and then we had to turn around and go back to Oakland. So finally, San Francisco. So finally, the highway patrolmen came on. But what really helped us was the Navy came out, the military came out, and they were the ones who really helped to get the traffic, turned around and go back to San Francisco.
Did people, the ones who had abandoned their cars, did anyone come back for them? Or?
A lot of the people didn't come back. They were really in hysterics, and they had to tow a lot of the cars off the bridge. And a lot of people ran over to Treasure Island. They wouldn't come back. They was really in hysterics.
I see. Okay, thank you. We've been talking with Alnisa of Alnisa Showtime. The video you just saw was taken by her and her crew, and they actually saw that section of bridge collapse. Thank you for bringing that over.
Thank you.
Let's go back now and just recap for you what happened today at 5:04 this afternoon. You had the earthquake, and then you had immediate reports of a big fire breaking out in the Marina District. Of course, we got the immediate reports about the Bay Bridge, the top part collapsing onto the bottom. Then we heard reports of airlifts going on the Bay Bridge, airlifting victims to Ksee Field, Coast Guard looking and searching in the water for what it would be obvious that perhaps with that type of bridge structure falling that maybe someone fell into the water, but indeed that didn't happen. Then you have the fires in San Francisco. Of course, the Marina fire was the worst, but there were fires breaking out around downtown Oakland, in Berkeley, but this fire here was devastating. And at one point, the firemen reported that their water was cut off. And where they were getting water from, they, for some reason, couldn't get it anymore, and they just actually had to watch that structure burn, and the fire spread to several other structures. The people that are homeless tonight because of that fire are being put up, and in the, Dennis, do you have that? It's the Marina Middle School, is that it?
Marina Middle School is one of the emergency Red Cross shelters.
For everybody who's homeless here.
In that area, and another shelter set up at the Moscone Center down on Howard Street in South of Market area.
And as soon as the devastation became known, President Bush was immediately advised. He then ordered emergency services into full swing, sent an Air Force plane to Germany to pick up Governor Deukmejian. At one point, there was almost so many volunteers at some of the crisis areas that there were too many volunteers, and it was we were being asked to tell people not to come and volunteer their help because it was becoming more confusing than helpful. People then immediately were urged to stay off their telephone, but of course that's where everyone went to first to find out if their friends or loved ones were okay, and of course that's understandable, but that caused for some problems initially, tying up the phone lines. PG&E urged everyone not to turn off their gas unless they smelled gas. Then the reports started coming in of looting in downtown San Francisco and in the Oakland areas, and there were reports that anyone caught looting was going to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Then there were some officers who told us that there wasn't a lot of that going on. So again, mixed reports happening all day, everything from looting to the death toll. The latest we have gotten from the Office of Emergency Services, 100 confirmed dead at the Cypress structure in Oakland. And possibly, as you heard Dennis say earlier, as many as 200 to 600 may have died there. We're hoping that that 600 is just too high of a figure, but we don't know.
Perhaps we should mention now what you should do next. Many people are wondering what happens next. Well, what happens is this. Tomorrow, you stay home. Most businesses are going to be closed. We heard that UC Berkeley is open, but I wouldn't count on that. Many employers have already called us to tell our employees not to come to work. Many officials are saying don't commute anywhere tomorrow. Just stay home and await further instructions. That's the first thing. Don't worry about clogging the freeways tomorrow trying to get to your job. There will be more information coming out, but the immediate thing you do tomorrow is to stay home. Now, let's go to Gary Koff. He's standing by in San Francisco with hopefully an update for us. Gary.
Well, Dennis, obviously driving around San Francisco this evening, you could tell that the most severe damage was in the Marina District, beginning with this bizarre spectacle, this flames just bursting out, going all the way down a city block at Bay and Fillmore in the Marina District. The fire, at least 3 buildings were engulfed in the flames, and I guess we don't have pictures of the flames to show you, but at least 3 buildings were engulfed in them. The big problem firefighters had is they couldn't get any water to the flames. All of the water mains down in the Marina District were broken. They finally brought in pumper trucks, and they were pulling water from the Marina Green, from the water in the Marina Green, running it through hoses and to the fire. The other problem was gas. The gas mains had broken. Very heavy smell of gas all through the Marina District this evening. Even a couple of hours after the fire, there was still very, very heavy odor and a lot of fears that there could be, one spark would set the whole thing off. In fact, at one point, one E&G unit of another television station knocked down or crossed a telephone line with their E&G setup, with their antenna setup. And at first, we all thought that it was going to spark and that there could be a fire, and then we realized the electricity is off, so there wasn't going to be a fire from that. The evacuations right now are everybody is being taken to Marina Junior High School. That's what you're seeing right now. This is Marina Middle School. There are perhaps 200 people in this building. They've converted a gym right now for use for these people to put them up for the night. A lot of these people are old, they're frail, they're elderly. They came out of the buildings around Divisadero, the buildings that went up in flames and other buildings that were damaged. They will be staying here all night. All of them tell the same kind of story. They heard just a fabulous, a noise, a boom, fabulous rocking motion going back and forth. And the next thing they knew, somebody came along and said, you have to get out of the building. There's gas burning. There's gas burning. As for me, I felt the quake at Candlestick Park. I was in the upper deck of Candlestick, and all of a sudden there was a strong jolt. People at Candlestick, they didn't really think it was an earthquake at first. They thought maybe people were stamping their feet or there was something going on. Then there was an announcement maybe 15 seconds afterward, everyone in the upper decks, please go downstairs. Nobody took it seriously. Nobody realized what was going on. Then the lights went out, then the scoreboard lights went off, then the concessions went dark. Suddenly people got the idea that something serious had happened. They turned on the radio and heard about the earthquake. So that's the latest from here. Down in the marina right now, they are still fighting the blaze. They're mopping up. It appears to be under control. The Red Cross is well entrenched at the Marina Junior High School right now. They've got things pretty well organized, and we'll see what it looks like tomorrow morning.
Gary,
that's the latest.
We understand, though, that there was no panic at Candlestick, and that could have been a real nasty situation, but that everybody filed out in a very orderly fashion.
Well, you know, the interesting part of that is I don't think people really realize the severity of what had happened. At one point, somebody came by and said, the Bay Bridge has collapsed, the Bay Bridge has collapsed, and everyone standing in my group, including me, said, oh, that's impossible, go away, you're just making this up. And I think little by little, it started to take hold in people's minds that this is really a serious catastrophe. I think a lot of people, at least for me, it seems like a bad dream that you keep expecting to wake up from and then just go to work and get on the bridge, and it's not going to be like that.
Definitely. You think it's going to be the kind of earthquake we usually have. Rocks and rolls and then not too much damage. Yeah?
Right. We see the broken glass in the supermarkets and it's not over, but it will be a while before this one is all over. We want to mention one more time, we got a note from the Alameda County coroner. We told you about the loss of life at the Cypress superstructure. We told you about the loss of life at the Cypress superstructure in Oakland. It collapsed, and at least 100 people are dead there. The Alameda County Coroner's Office has asked us to contact the U.S. Cold Storage Company on Market Street in Oakland. He is out of room to place the bodies of the people killed in that collapse, and he needs to find someone from the U.S. Cold Storage Company on Market Street in Oakland. He can't reach anyone there. If anyone from that company is listening to this broadcast, please contact the Alameda County's coroner's office.
We just got off the phone with Caltrans, and this is hard to believe, but Caltrans says they will have the Bay Bridge opened as early as Thursday. And what they will attempt to do is make a gap where you saw the bridge collapse from the top to the lower. They're going to put a steel girder in there so that cars can pass, and they're saying they're pretty hopeful that they can do this as early as Thursday. So that's the latest information we have from Caltrans. Let's take a look now at the roads, the road conditions, and what you can expect for schools tomorrow. It's safe to say most schools will be closed. Open right now is the Golden Gate Bridge. That has been open all day. That did not sustain any damage as far as we know at this hour. San Mateo Bridge was closed earlier. It is open now. Dumbarton Bridge, Richmond San Rafael Bridge, and the Carquinez Bridge have been open all day. The Benicia Bridge is open. Highway 101 southbound, Highway 880 southbound through San Leandro. These are all open, but you're being asked not to go out unless you have to. Highway 580 east through Oakland to Castro Valley. That's open. Highway 80 to Sacramento. And Sacramento, by the way, felt this earthquake as they did in Reno, Nevada, and in Los Angeles and south to the Mexican border. The schools that will be open tomorrow, just a few of them, UC Berkeley and Mount Diablo Unified Schools, Concord, and those surrounding communities. Those schools will be open. The damage was less out there in that area. The Bay Bridge, of course, is closed, and Caltrans says it will try to open it by Thursday. BART is closed. They had power problems all day long. They are optimistic, though, for tomorrow. Highway 101 northbound at Candlestick to 3rd Street, that is closed. 6th and Townsend in San Francisco is closed, and we reported earlier that's where there were 6 deaths reported when a wall collapsed. Also closed is Highway 280 at 85 in the South Bay in both directions. Highway 17 south of Los Gatos, that's closed, and the Presidio entrances to the Golden Gate Bridge. All of these roads are closed. And then additional roads. Highway 1 at Moss Landing is closed. This shows you the extent of the earthquake damage today. 129 near Green Valley is closed. 152 at Heckler Pass, Highway 17 and 9, and all mountain passes are closed. And then these following schools are closed. If you're going to Hayward State University, not tomorrow. Oakland, San Francisco, Palo Alto, Acalanes Unified Schools all closed tomorrow. San Francisco State closed. Fremont Union High, Sunnyvale Elementary, San Jose schools, Berkeley schools, all of them closed down. San Jose State University, Los Gatos Elementary, Lawrence Academy in San Jose, all Catholic schools, all Piedmont schools are closed down. And beginning at 6 a.m. tomorrow, there is a way to get from Jack London Square in Oakland to San Francisco. Red and White Fleet is offering free ferries back and forth from San Francisco to Oakland.
Okay, we've been telling you about the area of most concern, the areas hardest hit, the area of the most loss of life. That would be the Cypress structure of the 880 freeway, the connector between Grand Avenue in Oakland, the 880 freeway, and the approach to the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Let's go back now to Faith Fancher, where although the death toll has risen there, we have come up with some marvelous stories of rescue. Faith, what do you have for us?
Yes, we do, Dennis and Elaine. I was told that the 2 children who were trapped have been freed. I can't get that confirmed. I was told by one Oakland police officer that has happened. There have been remarkable stories of rescues out here all evening. We were witness to 2 of them, 2 men at different sections of the bridge, one at 24th and Cypress, and another one just a block down, who were rescued by a group of volunteers working with the CHP, working with the Oakland Police Department. This has been a story of people coming out and volunteering and working together tonight. Right now, we are at the command post. What you are seeing is a live picture of the command post here. You have all different kinds of people working out here. You have PG&E trying to get power to this section that has been without power since the earthquake happened. You have other people bringing in heavy equipment to try to lift out some of the cars that were crushed under here. You have people who are trying to coordinate what to tell friends and relatives who are coming in. What we were told is that they're telling them to call the coroner's office. They are sending bodies to the coroner's office. At this location, we have seen 6 bodies. I know your death toll is a lot higher than that. We're also told that this is going to be going on throughout the night and for several days afterwards. Nobody has any idea of just how large the magnitude is of this, but there are hundreds of cars still trapped up there. It was rush hour, 5:05, when this earthquake hit. To give you some idea, there are 18 square blocks, 1 block on either side, east or west, of this part of the freeway that collapsed, that are blocked off, completely closed to traffic. I'm told they will be closed for the duration. I don't know how long that is, but my guess is for the next at least a week. And they're also closing off from 14th Street all the way up to 37th Street, so that gives you some idea. But the freeway buckled all the way down to 8th Street, so that gives you some idea of the magnitude of this.
Faith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Dennis.
We were under the impression earlier that because an officer had gone through and searched the cars, and they were of the belief that there were no more survivors and they were going to shut down this operation until tomorrow. What happened to change that?
Okay, that was at one section. There are a lot of different sections that are under where rescue efforts were going. Where we were before at 24th and Cypress, we talked to a CHP officer there, and that particular section was closed down. They were assured that they had rescued all of the people who were alive there. There are other sections that they are still trying to go through and still trying to determine. And where they can do work, they are doing work. But there is a real great fear here tonight, as I said earlier in the newscast, that a aftershock could send this whole shaky structure just tumbling down. All parts of it are already on the ground, other parts of the freeway further down. But that any kind of large aftershock could just send this tumbling right down on everybody here. So they're trying to proceed quickly, but with a lot of caution. They keep moving us up, telling us we can come up a little bit, then they move us back. But it's hard to get an idea of just how big an operation it's going on when you're just at one point of it. But at certain places where they believe that they have gotten everybody out who is alive, they've shut down, moved to other places where they can still work.
Faith, you were talking about the possibility of an aftershock, and they're worried about the stability of the structure, yet it seems like you're in a very close proximity to that structure, as are quite a number of people. I'm surprised that perhaps they haven't moved everyone back even farther.
The only people down here are news people and people who are involved in this rescue, the people at the command center and all of their support, and maybe a few volunteers. The reason that we are here is we told them, Elaine and Dennis, that we felt it was our obligation to report the story. We wanted to get as close as possible, and we would take responsibility for ourselves. And they let us stay because we thought it was important. We know there are thousands of people out there waiting for word of loved ones, and that's why we're as close as we are.
Thanks.
Okay, Faith, thanks for that.
Actually, we're getting some pictures now that we haven't seen before, and
if we can see those again, this looks like possibly the upper level of the Cypress. We can't really tell. We can see some cars buried. It looks like a section of the Cypress that collapsed.
Yes, it does.
And so you can get an idea of. Yes, that's exactly what it is, or either that's an area on the ground. We can't exactly tell from our vantage point. We do know. Okay, this is downtown Oakland. We're now being told, which is hard to believe. We haven't heard anything about downtown Oakland where any buildings have collapsed up until this point. Now we're finding out something totally new that hasn't been on any wires or any of the news services so far. A brick building in downtown Oakland that has apparently collapsed. We don't know anything about loss of life or anything in this section. So. That's all new to us there.
In fact, the only thing we did hear from downtown Oakland, we saw smoke earlier in the day from downtown Oakland, but we'd heard about some looting on 31st. And that was about the only report we've gotten from Oakland tonight.
We're again looking at some early footage from the Cypress structure, the Cypress area of Highway 880 as it runs through Oakland. Obviously, what we just saw, and I suspect what we may have seen earlier, was the top of that freeway as it collapsed onto some other cars, and firefighters and rescue people removing people from their cars and lowering them down a new type of ladder they had, which is more commonly called a people mover. Rather than going up and down the steps, it's almost like a conveyor belt that moves you up and down.
You know, the earthquake could not have come at a worse time. Here it was, 5:04 in the afternoon, people on their way home, on their way wherever, but very crowded on the freeways, on all the roads.
Well, there's possibly a worse time that it could have occurred because that section on the freeway at that time of day is a section that's moving towards San Francisco. And it's granted it's rush hour, but the rush hour at that time of day is coming back, which would put it on the upper level. Now, if say this happened at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, you would have had bumper-to-bumper traffic on that section of the freeway, which would, of course, meant double, triple, even quadruple the number of possible fatalities that we would have suffered. So
apparently, though, at the Cypress structure, it was just about bumper-to-bumper, and that's why when
you're right. So they could have been heading, either to the World Series or whatever, but either way, there still were a lot of cars on that section.
And you can imagine the terror. I mean, no matter where you were when that earthquake hit, most of us were not at the Cypress structure, and you can imagine the terror driving along and the piece of the freeway just falling on top of your car and just crushing. Perhaps there were some people who were lucky enough to escape. We don't know at this point. We've heard figures now up to maybe 600 people.
From 200 to 600 people. We're hoping that figure is incorrect, but those are the numbers that we're getting now.
And we started the evening out feeling uncomfortable about reporting that 14 had been reported dead, because those were unconfirmed reports, and those sounded high to us.
That number.
That's right. And then throughout the evening, it just kept growing to 53 to 100 now, 200 to maybe 600.
Let's go back to San Francisco now. Gary Kauf is standing by. Perhaps he can give us an update on the situation over there. Gary.
Well, Dennis, I don't have an update for you, but I guess we have pictures now of the fire, the big fire this evening in San Francisco's Marina District. This looks like that was actually a shot of a building that went down, a 4-story building that actually lost a floor, that just sunk down one entire floor. You know, all of these pictures are just, your brain rejects them. You look at them and your mind tells you that it's impossible, that this can't be happening, and finally it sinks in that, that this really happened, that a few hours ago there was a 4-story building here. Earlier tonight we also did an interview with a woman who lived right across the street, right down the street from this building, and just up the street from where the big fire was. Her name is Josie Bozzini.
Divisadero, apartment 102, and it shook like it was just a piece of straw. Everything's gone. Lamps went, and then it threw me off the chair, and I couldn't get up anymore. Then I finally got out the door and yelling for Elfrida and my next door neighbor and yelling for my sister. It was just chaos, the whole thing. It was just unbelievable. Then when we got downstairs, I have emphysema, I had to walk down. And we got downstairs and told us to get out of the building. We couldn't go back in anymore. We can't go in for another, 72 hours? Then we saw the fire go up. That was a disaster. And then the building on the corner just completely collapsed down. Down 2 floors, wasn't it? 2 floors down. I think 3 houses were burned. Very close, and across the street was burned.
This is it, isn't it? This is the one.
This is the big one. This is the home run that the A's didn't get. We got it.
And Josie and her 4 friends from that apartment building will be staying at the Marina Junior High School shelter at least for tonight, probably for a couple of nights. Again, the gas smell is very strong down there. Now, I understand we finally do have those pictures from Fillmore and Divisadero of the big fire there this evening. The latest word that I have on it is that at least 3 buildings were completely destroyed. Firefighters, when they got there, really didn't have enough water to fight those fires, so what they concentrated on was working on the buildings next door, the buildings across the street, to try and keep those structures from going up as well. As you can see from the air, the flames are just spectacular. Just, you know, the immensity of the fire and the intensity of the fire is also hard to describe. We were just across the street from the flames, and it was really too hot to stand there. You couldn't take the heat for more than just a few seconds. As you can see, this is looking down the street as it was beginning to get darker. I think for a while firefighters really had some serious doubts of whether or not they'd be able to put this fire out, particularly because they didn't have enough water. Again, it took a lot of time to get pumper trucks down to the marina and get the water up to where they needed it. And as Brian Bandmiller showed you maybe 15 minutes ago, a lot of the water from the fire mains was sprinkling out on the street rather than getting through to fight the fire. Again, this is more of the scene of the fire burning this afternoon. The latest that we know is that the fire is just about out. They are mopping up. There was still heavy smoke there about a half hour ago. Everything does seem to be under control. All of the people who were living in the buildings that were affected have been evacuated. Again, they've been taken to Marina Middle School, and they'll be staying there at least overnight.
Gary, what was the reaction from some of the people in the neighborhood who may have either lived in those buildings or across the... What was their reaction when the firefighters were just about helpless with no water?
Well, I talked to them about what their reaction was. The sense that I got was that most of them, this is what we've all been talking about for so long. This is the big one, or at least it appears to be a bigger earthquake than any of us have experienced in our lifetimes. Josie, the woman that we heard from a little while ago, said she was born a couple of months after the 1906 quake. And for all of her adult life, people have been telling her that the big one was coming. It was just a matter of time. Well, in her mind, this was it. This was the big one. She said she wasn't afraid for her own life, but she was afraid for her friends. She was afraid for a couple of other women in her building who she thought might not be able to get out of the building. She was afraid for their pets. All in all, though, my sense is that most people handled it pretty well. They handled it about as calmly as you could expect in a situation like this.
Gary, you said something interesting earlier. You said it's the kind of situation you look at it and you can't believe your own eyes. You can't believe what you're seeing.
You know, I was born and raised in San Francisco, and again, the immensity of it. You know, we've all heard that there's going to be a big earthquake and a lot of talk about it, and we've all done stories again on the little earthquakes, the grocery store shelves that got knocked over and the plate glass windows that got broken and that kind of thing. But you drive through the streets of San Francisco and you can't really comprehend. Your mind won't accept the information. You drive by and you see huge chunks of plaster that have fallen down from walls, streets, cracks in the middle of streets. You know, they might be a couple of inches off kilter from one another. The sidewalk, you got to be careful where you walk because there could be a big crack or a chunk of sidewalk that has just come up. Trolley buses are all over San Francisco, just stopped in the middle of the street. Obviously, there's no electricity. They can't move. The city is dead. There's no light. There's movement. There are people out on the streets. There are people desperate for any kind of information. Another television station had set up a television monitor to be able to do a live shot, and it was all they could do to prevent all of the people around there from huddling around that television set and blocking the other reporter's view. Obviously, these people were desperate for any scrap of information that they could get. They wanted to know what was going on. The only source was radio or battery-operated televisions.
It's an interesting analogy of a city that, for all intents and purposes, is dead. And so I guess the question now is, what will it take to put it back on its feet, to bring it back to life? I'm not asking you that question. I know you're not a prophet that can tell us that, but it's just something to muse over.
Well, I do know, Dennis, that Art Agnos was at the Candlestick game tonight, and he was hustled out of there very fast. I mean, they meant business. They took him out and cut through the traffic and were honking their way out of the stadium. Obviously, he was heading for City Hall to meet with the chief of police, the fire chief, and the other city officials, and to try and get back on the road. The other question that you have to ask is, what effect does this have on Proposition P? It's a minor issue, but it's an important issue in San Francisco right now. I don't know. I don't know if you put it off for a year. Proposition P is the proposition for the new ballpark that he has pushed so hard. Yes, the World Series is a game, and yes, baseball is not that big of a deal, and maybe we shouldn't be talking about that right now, but I know that that was something that was on his mind, and I wonder what effect that will have.
Well, Gary, as we mentioned before, that may be a moot issue now if Candlestick Park is found to be structurally unsafe. There would be no choice on the part of voters if they say this facility is unsafe and we can no longer play ball games here.
Which they may well say, although I can tell you, being up on the upper deck, it shook, but it didn't break. It seemed to be, to me, the damage was not very visible. Yes, a structural engineer may say that there are serious internal problems with Candlestick, and it would be more expensive. It would cost more to fix it once again than it would be worth, but at least on surface, on first glance, it didn't appear that way. To me, it appeared that if there was any damage, it must have been very minor, and some people talked about seeing cracks on the upper lip of the stadium, but I'm not at all sure that those cracks weren't there before. Some of them looked as though they had paint in them from when the top of the stadium was painted. And also, I know that the top of the stadium was reinforced just a couple of years ago to be able to withstand a strong earthquake.
You know, Gary, earlier tonight, State Senator Quentin Kopp was quoted as saying, we just don't take earthquake preparedness seriously enough. And by looking around in San Francisco tonight, do you have any comments on that comment?
I did notice at Marina Junior High School, you had a lot of Red Cross people, a lot of younger people, say in their early 20s, mid-20s, and to them this was very serious business. This is what they had been training for. This is what they were ready for. This was the big, giant disaster that they now knew how to react to, and they were taking charge, and they were a little bit strong-armed with cameras and with other people that were moving in and out that wanted some help and that maybe were not at the top of the triage list and that kind of thing. But you got the sense that a lot of us are always kind of thinking, oh yeah, they're doing the emergency preparedness and whoever needs it, but these people took it very seriously and they were ready.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks very much, Gary, for that excellent live update report.
And we can imagine what's going to happen in the next few days. People are going to be swamping the stores for emergency supplies, all the way from medical supplies to canned goods to bottled water. That'll be the next run. And then, of course, there'll be a lot of pressure on people now trying to get earthquake insurance.
Maybe up to the next 72 hours, people might be on their own. People who maybe don't have a lot of cash on them, who maybe didn't go to the bank. There might be problems there, didn't have enough, like you say, water supplies at home or whatever.
Oh, yeah, everyone will get a hold of that list now and stock their homes with the provisions that, including me, with the provisions that we've been told over and over and over again that we need. And I mean, I even have a list here and still didn't do it.
Well, you know, when you live in earthquake country and you live with jolts that happen, constantly, you tend to think it's just another one. And then when one like this comes along today where you think this really is it, that perhaps you are going to die in it, and so many unfortunate people were in the wrong place today at the wrong time and lost their lives. And it was just devastating. And you just, even though you hear it's coming, you just don't think about that it's really going to happen.
Okay, we're about to get some help.
A lot of help.
Don't think we don't appreciate it. Eric Green, the host from 2 at Noon, has just joined us.
You want to bet?
Putting on his microphone. He's going to help us out. Dennis and I have been broadcasting since about 6:30 this evening, and Eric has been kind enough to join us and
doing a fine job.
And we understand that he may be getting some help a little later also.
Terry's coming in. Terry Lowry will be here a
so
little bit.
we won't be deserting you. We're just going to change shifts. They've changed shifts out here in the floor.